Katie. So
Awesome. Well, we've got, I know, Senior City Attorney Boyd Ferguson here, as well as Nicole Smedley and our City Recorder Cindy Mansell. So we can get started with that, I believe. Boyd, do you want to come up to the table? Because I'm sure you're going to have to say something. Might be here, might not, but I see him. Okay. Come on up, Katie Lewis. Senior City Attorney, who's also on the agenda for the City Attorney position. So.
Hi, sorry to be last minute rolling in. Okay, hi, Boyd. Okay. I was in a meeting with the mayor, sorry.
James says so.
All right.
Okay.
Cindy Mansell.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the scintillating topic of grandma. Every other week, Nicole spends 15 or 20 minutes with all of our new hires talking about grandma and records. So she's kind of going to go through some of that information, and then I'm going to follow up with some process and statistics and maybe some suggestions. We welcome interaction and questions along the way if you have them.
So, GRAMA, Government Records Access Management Act, also known as GRAMA or a GRAMA request, is the legislation that controls the access and release of government records. It's the same as FOIA or the Freedom of Information Act. Utah just calls it a little something different. Utah enacted GRAMA law in 1991 with the legislative intent to promote the public's easy right of access to unrestricted records, to provide governmental entities guidelines on what they can and can't, shouldn't release, and to promote transparency. Transparency is good for government. And to also establish fair and reasonable records management practices. Legislation on GRAMA does define what a record is, and it's pretty broad, like a book, document, letter, but the keywords there are prepared, received, retained, or owned by a governmental entity. And with the explosion of technology, our records are everywhere, and every city employee and elected member of city staff is a records manager. We have records, depending on the content, in our city email, a text message, whether it's a city phone or a personal phone, if it's about official city business, can be grammable or considered a government record. We've seen GRAMA requests come in where council members texting in a meeting has been GRAMA'd in the past. We get GRAMA requests every single day for emails from staff members. So keep that in mind. Our records are everywhere. They're in the cloud. We do archive the city's social media sites. We have over 50 social media sites, and they are all archived as an official city record. GRAMA recognizes there's a balancing act between the two constitutional rights of the public's right to view the records and the individual's right to privacy, and that's why GRAMA lists different classifications. We have public, private, controlled, and protected. A public record is what most governmental entities' records are. Here's a member of the public. These can include, and this is not an exhaustive list, but city contracts, final audit reports, building permits, business licenses, summary data. I know the police department has some summary data online. Cindy will talk about our process, but we try to have this stuff already easily accessible and online to the public on the public records portal. A private record, we could withhold or redact, what we call redact, a record due to private. These records can be accessed by the subject of the record, by a notarized release, or the parent or legal guardian. This could include medical history or any personally identifiable information, a home address, home phone number, personal email address, etc., or records describing an individual's finances. A controlled record can be accessed by a social worker, a medical doctor, a psychologist. We don't really see a lot of these records. I know the police department has some social workers, so that's where we would see these types of psychiatric records. Protected records, and again, this is not an all-exhaustive list, but some examples we see, and these can only be accessed by the submitter of the record, by court order, power of attorney of the subject of the record, or subpoena. Attorney-client privilege, we redact emails sometimes regarding between staff members and the attorneys, senior attorneys. And this could include security information, the audit procedures, closed portions of certain public meetings, any sort of civil or criminal investigation if it's currently under investigation and open investigation, records, the disclosure of which would impair city procurement proceedings, and records that would identify real property under consideration for acquisition by the city. So these are just kind of a high-level overview of examples that we deal with at the city. And then Cindy's going to talk a little bit about our process here.
So as Nicole mentioned, we have a public records portal, and we have some information sets that we try and push out to the public, business license, building permits, resolutions, ordinances, minutes, contracts. We try and encourage the public to look for their items before making an actual request. There's a records archive there that they can look at requests already made and responsive documents. It's a pretty easy process for the public to navigate. It's been very successful. And when the city gets a request, we have 10 business days to respond, and at times the media asks for an expedited response, and that's within 5 days.
Are we currently meeting all of those? What's our current time frame on those? 10 and 5 is what we're hitting?
We're doing very well. The police department, because they've had such a huge influx of requests, they struggle with keeping those 10 days, but they're doing the best they can. And when a city receives an appeal on a request, so if a requester isn't happy with the information they received or did not receive, they have 30 days to appeal to the city, and the mayor has designated the chief administrative officer as the hearing officer for those appeals. And we have 10 days to respond to the requester once an appeal is received. And just by way of example, in 2019, the city received 15,980 grandma requests, and we only had 19 appeals. Of those 19, 10 were upheld by the CAO, and only 2 went on to the State Records Committee. So I think that's a super example of how well staff is handling those requests. Yes.
May I ask a question? So how much staff time is this taking for your department or your group? Is it ridiculous or is it reasonable, the amount of time you're spending on this?
Statistics kind of show that governmental entities spend about 4.5 hours a day fulfilling records requests.
Wow.
It's a huge workload and increasing every year.
Almost 50% of the time. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
The city has a fee schedule for records, and I say this every year. Our staff time fee is $11, and it's the lowest in the state. Grandma Code allows for the lowest hourly salary of an employee qualified to fulfill the request, and really that's more along $20 an hour. Some cities charge $30, $35. Harriman charges $50 an hour. And we don't want to prevent citizens from having access to records, but we do have a fee waiver procedure for citizens that is possible. So maybe consider that.
Do you get a lot of the fee waiver requests? And how often are they granted?
We do get them now and then from the media, subjects of the record. Some are impecunious. And I would say probably 9 times out of 10 they are granted.
Okay.
As you can see by the chart, the number of grandma requests goes up every year. Like I said, 15,980 this year. Of that, the police department bears the brunt of that workload with, 14,325 of those being for the police department, 250 for the airport, which with the consolidation of the police department and the airport police, they have a lot less now. The fire department had 655 and the city had 750 requests. The city has a retention schedule which describes a record and how long it needs to be kept. That schedule's maintained on the recorder's intranet site, and we talk to employees about it all the time, trying to keep our volume of records down, reduce costs associated with litigation or discovery, just control our volume of records stored. And the example Nicole and I like to use is we had a citizen request everything we had about Sunnyside Avenue, and we produced 3 million hits. So it was estimated that it would take one staff person 27 years to fulfill that request. In the end, we negotiated with the requester and reduced less than 1,000 records, but it's just an example of why we need to delete our records when they've met their disposition. And as Nicole mentioned, email is a record, can be a record depending on the content. It can be subject to discovery or grandma. And we always give tips. Keep your inbox organized. Subject lines are critical. Clear, concise subject lines make it easier to manage your inbox. And statistics prove that about 85% of what's in your inbox is redundant, outdated, or trivial information. And then phones, even like the city has a policy, if you're granted a city phone, you have no expectation of privacy. The information on them can be subject to discovery or grandma. And that also holds true with personal phones if you're doing city business on them. And statistics also show that the majority of information on phones is transitory and can be deleted. And that's everything we have. If you have any questions.
Any questions, council members? No? Yes, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question on the records request fee waiver. Is that just one form that's submitted with some documentation? What does that look like?
When a person enters their request on the grandma portal, it asks, do you want to request a fee waiver? And then it gives the reasons that that fee waiver is possible.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really request proof of that. We just kind of go with what they provide.
Okay. I'm intrigued because I am intrigued at looking at our fees and figure out if we can make them reasonable with a way to sort of allow everyone access. So it sounds like it's not an onerous process. So we could look at it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Dugan.
Just 4.5 hours a day
Mm-hmm.
and 50 weeks a year.
2 weeks a year. Yeah.
Wow.
But not for every.
Not for every single city employee.
No,
No, that's-
citywide.
Yeah, that's 4.5 labor hours a day.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So 1,000 hours a year times $20 an hour. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Cindy Gus Jensen.
I think just in our office alone, we spend at least that amount a year. On top of that? Uh-huh. Yeah, they're averaging. We don't do a great job of reporting how long it takes us because that's the least of our worries. Our job is to get the records out the door. So it really can be a burden. There have been times when we've had 4 or 5 people full-time for a solid week doing nothing but record searching.
Mm-hmm. Go on, for sure.
So the 4.5 hours is just your time in your office, recorder time.
And that's kind of an industry statistic.
Okay.
I'm accumulating data to be able to tell us how much time we're spending, but I haven't got that far yet.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I mean, I just add that the requests are by law supposed to go to the department that possesses the record, which is not, well, sometimes it's the recorder's office, but a lot of times it's public services or RDA, who knows.
And like we see police, right?
Yeah, and so they are doing a bunch of work, and then they'll often involve them, and then they'll involve the attorney's office. And we can't even charge for giving advice about whether records are public or not. By law, again, we can't do that. So we have a whole bunch of time that was just uncompensated.
Are you talking about this for grandma?
You satisfied with that? Great. I don't see any other questions, so appreciate you being here. Thank you. And we'll see you later tonight.
I'm going to do Open Meetings Act training, so you're not done
we're
with
not
me
done.
yet.
All right.
Cindy and Nicole. Sorry, I'm going to run the computer.
Can I just say that really, Katie, all you need to do is sit in the back and give us that look like,
The flag. I'm going to get a flag.
that's the training.
Hi, council members. I'm Katie Lewis from the Salt Lake City Attorney's Office, and this is Boyd Ferguson, and we are going to do your annual Open Meetings Act training. We'll try to keep it as painless as possible, but I'd like to start by saying that really the purpose of the Open Meetings Act, I like to think of it as sort of an umbrella of transparency. And the point is that you all are a public body, and with limited exceptions, are required by law to conduct your business in public and in a transparent and open way. So that's, if you take nothing else from this training, please take that from the training. So this is the general rule that meetings of a public body are open unless there's an exception that specifically allows you to close it. So the first point to make, pretty straightforward, is that the Salt Lake City Council, and I should say we are also doing this training for you as the RDA Board of Directors. We trade off. One year we'll do it for you as the RDA, the next year as the council, but since you're all the same people, we didn't think we needed to do it twice a year. The city, we could if you want. The City Council is a public body, and so you are subject to the rules of the Open Meetings Act, which means that when you hold a meeting, it must be open unless there's an exception. So what is a meeting? A meeting is convening at least a quorum of the body for the purpose of discussing, receiving comments, or doing your business, taking action on that which you have jurisdiction over. What that means is there are a lot of things that you might not think about that are considered a meeting. If you go on a field trip, if you go on a retreat, a workshop, yesterday's inauguration was noticed as a meeting because there was a quorum of you and you were doing business over which you have jurisdiction. Things that are not considered meetings are if a quorum of you all ran into each other at the grocery store or a holiday party, or if there's less than a quorum of you meeting. But those should not be used to circumvent the purposes of the act. So when we train other boards, I always like to say, if you all happen to see each other at the grocery store and you stand in a corner and talk about something that's on your agenda and how you're going to act on it, you've just circumvented the purposes of the act. So with that being said, the first thing to think about under our umbrella of transparency is how does the public know that you're going to meet and what you're going to meet about? There are rules about where your agenda need to be posted. The principal office of the City Council, so right out here you'll see it posted on the Utah Public Notice website and published in a newspaper of general circulation. So what is it that needs to be posted? There are a couple things. First of all, your annual meeting schedule needs to be posted. Every year you decide what Tuesdays of the year you're going to meet. But sometimes the City Council might convene for a special meeting that you hadn't previously noticed on your annual meeting schedule. You don't need to revise your annual meeting schedule for that. But let's say you never met on, right now, like you never meet on a Thursday, and you have decided you have so much work that you're going to have special meetings for every Thursday in 2020. Well, at that point, you need to revise your annual meeting schedule so the public knows that that's going to be a reoccurring new meeting that you're going to have. Every meeting, the notice of that meeting, the agenda, needs to be posted at least 24 hours in advance, and it has to have the agenda, date, time, and place where you're going to meet. That agenda needs to include what you will be talking about with reasonable specificity. And the example that I always like to give is our illustrious Boyd Ferguson here trained one of our boards on the Open Meetings Act, and in their agenda, all they put was Boyd Ferguson. So nobody knew. Was Boyd going to come talk about some really interesting...
Who he is.
Yeah, right. So, right. Number one, who is Boyd? And number two, is he going to talk about something really, scintillating, or the Open Meetings Act? Well, he was going to talk about the Open Meetings Act, so that's the reasonable specificity.
And
Today,
I told him to do better next year. At least put open meeting law training.
Right. So, and then there are sometimes when you might want to discuss matters that are not on the agenda. Oftentimes, when you sitting as a board take public comment, it might be about something that's not on your agenda, and at the discretion of the chair, you may discuss those items, but you may not take action on them. So if you do want to take action on that item that was not on your agenda, put it on your next meeting or another meeting agenda so that you can take action.
Yes. Cindy Gus
Katie,
Jensen.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Can you talk a little bit more about that? It's my understanding that we are limited, the council can only talk about it if it's brought up by a constituent, not, say, by a city employee or by another council member, that sort of a thing. It seemed very, very limited in terms of an exception.
Thank you for that. Yes, it is if there is a member of the public that makes comment on it, and you want to comment back. And, that makes sense sort of from a general engagement and transparency perspective. So if somebody comes up and is giving a member of the public comes up and says, you're not talking about this on your agenda today, but I'm really upset about the library. The board chair or the council chair may say, I know this is on my agenda, but I want to talk a little bit about what those complaints are, and then later we will put that on the agenda for more action. But it is not a catch-all for talking about things that are not on your agenda. So Cindy's right, it's a very narrow exception. Another thing to think about is that the Act provides for less notice for times when you need to hold an emergency meeting. And when we did our training with you all last year, there was some conversation about what is an emergency. And I think the way to think about it is there something so pressing and so urgent for you all as a board that you are unable to give 24 hours notice, which is pretty nominal before you meet to do your business. Typically, we would think of that as something that, a true emergency, something that has happened in the city or something that you really need to take action on quickly. In those instances, you may convene a meeting with less than 24-hour notice, as long as you give the best notice practicable to all council members, and a majority of the council members approve holding the meeting. And then in that case, you can take final action in that emergency meeting, even though the notice has been less than 24 hours. So now that you have provided notice and your agenda, the next question is, are there times when we can close the meeting and not have it be open to the public? And the answer is yes, but only for specified reasons that are listed in the code. This is the list that's in the code. I am going to tell you what they are because they are so limited that I think it's really important to be thinking about when you can be outside of that umbrella of transparency and be in a closed meeting. So it is, you may close a meeting to discuss an individual's character, professional competence, or physical or mental health, to discuss collective bargaining strategy, to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation, to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property if disclosing the appraisal or the terms of the sale would prevent you from having the transaction on the best possible terms. You can also close a meeting to talk about the sale of real property. Again, if disclosure in a public meeting would somehow prevent you from selling that property on the best possible terms. The city does have to previously give notice that the property would be offered for sale, and the terms of the sale must be publicly disclosed before the city approves of it. So purchase and sale are a little bit different, and if you enter into a closed meeting for those purposes, we're thinking about those distinctions. You could also close a meeting for the deployment of security devices, for criminal misconduct investigations, or for the advice of legal counsel. So if you decide to close a meeting for those purposes, there's a process to do it. First of all, you have to start by being in an open meeting with a quorum present, and then 2/3 of the council must be present and approve of the closing. And you approve of it by announcing the reason that you're going to enter into the closed meeting, the location of the meeting, and there has to be a vote by name. So roll call vote. You don't always vote roll call, but in this case you do need to. And when I'm talking about the reason for closing the meeting, it doesn't have to be specifically, we're going to talk about the deployment of security devices because we want to talk about cameras in X location. I move that we close the meeting for the discussion of deployment of security devices, and then you do the roll call vote. Yes, council member.
President, on the phone,
Yeah.
or
Great question. Where the Act does allow for attendance at meetings electronically, a majority of a quorum must be present in order for the other members to participate via phone, physically present in your anchor location, and then the other members may attend via phone or FaceTime or Skype or something like that. Yeah.
Sorry, Katie. The 2/3 present and approving of it, in a full quorum of 7, you don't need a majority to do it then. You could have 4-3, or 3 to close and for not to?
So let me go back and look at my slide here. So if you have 7, then you could approve with 2/3, which is math, 4.
So it would be, yeah, you have to have quorum either way to have 4, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, regardless of whether you're in a closed meeting or an open meeting, you have to keep a record of your meetings. There's one limited exception to that, but again, thinking about the goal of transparency, there are members of the public who will want to know when you have met, and then they may want to attend, but if they can't attend, they may want to know what you talked about. So you have to have a record of your previous meetings so that people can know. So in open meetings, there must be both a recording and written minutes. The official record is written minutes, and the Act lays out what specifically those written minutes need to have. And, it's common sense. It's the date, time, and place of the meeting, the members who were present and absent, what you discussed, whether you took action on it, anybody who provided comments, and if there's anything else that is important to add to the minutes. Closed meetings must be recorded. Written minutes are optional. There are some exceptions. You do not have to keep a recording or written minutes if you are discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, or if you're discussing the deployment of security devices. So this goes to Councilmember Dugan's question about electronic meetings. I think of those sort of in 2 separate tranches. One is exactly what you asked. Can you call or FaceTime or Skype into a meeting? And that's just what I said. There has to be a city rule or ordinance allowing that, which we have, City Code 2.06030E. And what it says, as I said, was a majority of a quorum must be physically present at the anchor location, and then the others can call or FaceTime in. The usual notice is required. The City Council on its agenda does say that some members may be participating electronically. We've had that happen before in City Council and RDA meetings, so it is something that is permitted. The other tranche of electronic meetings is electronic messages. And when I think about this, again, and Boyd has some specifics on a recent State Records Committee decision that came out on this, but what I always like to say about it is, if you are convening a quorum of you and your fellow council members to discuss items over which you have jurisdiction, then you are circumventing the act. So the example I always like to use is if a staff member sends out a draft agenda to everyone, and then people start replying all, saying, well, I don't really like that. Well, I think we should decide this. Well, I'm not sure about this. You, over email, have convened a quorum and are discussing matters over which you have jurisdiction. So think about that and how you communicate in an electronic format that the public may not have access to. Do you want to talk about yours now, or do you want to finish and then you can?
Yeah, I'll jump in now.
Okay.
Okay. So text messaging by city council members. You may find this one kind of interesting. This has GRAMA aspects and open meeting law both. So first, under GRAMA, as you probably are aware from the prior training, GRAMA requests apply to records. And that's a long defined term, but it's most documents that the city possesses. However, GRAMA expressly says that a record does not include, quote, a personal communication that is unrelated to the conduct of the public's business. So even if you're sitting at a meeting or anywhere else, if you were to send a text about lunch with somebody that is not related to the city's business, it's not even a record. We're not even going to tell somebody we have that, even if they want all text you guys send. We're not going to do that, okay? Now, for the open meeting, one other thing. However, if it relates to city business, if it's on a city-owned phone or a personal phone, that is going to be a record. Okay? That's the distinction. Now, under OPMA, which is what we call the Open and Public Meetings Act, there's a section that says, and this came in a 2011 amendment, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to restrict a member of the public body from transmitting an electronic message to other members of the public body at a time when the public body is not convened in an open meeting. Well, your initial reaction might be, well, the negative implication is that if we are in a public meeting, then we can't text, right? So back in 2011 when this first came out, we listened to the legislative debates up on the Hill, and the sponsor and other comments indicated that the question of whether council members may send electronic messages during an open meeting was, quote, left for another day, unquote. And that day still has not come. Okay, so we just had to sort of fumble along with this. However, last September, the State Records Committee issued a decision called Kim Henderson versus San Juan County. San Juan County Commission in this case. And let me just tell you the facts about that. So April 2019, Kim Henderson is sitting in the county commission meeting down in San Juan, and she observes a council member, that council member's attorney sitting in the audience, and a woman sitting next to that attorney. And they appear to be texting each other. So she submits a grammar request for all communications that she thought she observed. And the county denied the request, saying, one, we don't have the records. There are no records responsive to your request. And two, they're attorney-client privileged, which was kind of suspicious. If you don't have any records, how can they be attorney-client privileged? Goes up to the State Records Committee, and they expressed great skepticism that the records did not exist. They told them to go back and look harder, and they pointed out this discrepancy with the attorney-client privilege argument. And then they made the following statement. Given the legislative declaration of public policy stated in the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act that political subdivisions take their actions openly and conduct their deliberations openly, it would be inappropriate for a public official to attempt to circumvent the requirements of OPMA and GRAMA by using a private device while conducting the people's business. That is the strongest official statement we have so far, discouraging these. You could have kind of a meeting within a meeting if everybody's texting each other under the table, for example. So we have in the past and continue to encourage you to be cautious about texting during meetings if it involves public business, especially because people in the audience won't know if you're talking about lunch or if you're talking about business, and we may get grammar requests that we otherwise could avoid. So any questions about that? I'll rely on council's own procedures and rules about it.
So the next sort of portion of the Open Meetings Act training is, well, what about public comment and participation? And you all do a great job in your agendas of allowing both general public comment and public hearings for specific items. If there are other public comments that you might want to hear or that somebody wants to give to you all, you may receive them at the discretion of the chair, even if the item is not on the agenda. But of course, it's what we talked about before, no final action can be taken on that item. Although there is an umbrella of transparency, the Open Meetings Act also says that if someone is willfully disrupting or seriously compromising the orderly conduct of the business of this body, that individual may be removed. The City Council does an exceptional job of creating rules of decorum and ensuring that people have the right to speak and participate in their government, but also that you are able to conduct your business. So that typically is not an issue for us because of the rules and the standards that you all keep. There are consequences to violating the act. It has to do with if you are knowingly violating it. So if everyone is actively trying to undermine the purposes of the Open Meetings Act when you're standing in the corner of the grocery store, that is a Class B misdemeanor, and there are private individuals who can bring an action
Which is
for violation of the
by
act.
not death, but Class B misdemeanor is what?
Correct. Yes.
180 days.
Thank you, council member. Appreciate that. Yes.
You might want to crop that photo.
Oh, that's really funny.
A little
Oh, that's really funny. Right, yeah. Punishable by the death penalty. Yes, yes, thank you. That was a recent change, so we wanted to bring it to your attention. Yes. Right, yes, thank you. Other than comments about my clip art, does anybody have any other questions or comments about the Open Meetings Act?
So, we do get a lot of questions about when we have closed meetings about the purchase, the trade, or the sale of real estate property. And some of our constituents are saying, why can't we not know about what you guys talk about? How come it feels like you guys do it in the closed meeting and then surprise to everybody? So can you talk about, in very simple terms, why? Why is it that when we talk about those things, we have to do it in closed?
Sure, great. That's a great question. Thank you. The act allows the council or the RDA board to close meetings to discuss either the sale or acquisition of real property if disclosure would harm the city from getting the best terms practicable. And I think that's important to think about. You could think about it just as a citizen trying to sell real property. If you had multiple offers on a piece of real property and you got to tell everybody, hey guys, here's what I'm selling my property for, and that drove up the value of the property, then that doesn't help you get either the best business terms or the buyer the best business terms. So the reason that you can close meetings to discuss that is so that you all, as the elected officials, can have that discussion about the business terms without it becoming public and harming the city's ability to conduct its business in a competitive way. I hope that helps, but that's the purpose of those two exceptions.
Right, and that makes sense. When you say competitive, is as this board that it's trying, that is overlooking budgets and trying to use it as careful as possible. I think, to me, that's what it tells me. This is why we do it, so that we can get the best deal really out there, and it's not trying to hide anything from the public.
That's right, and I think that it's important to remember that once those terms become final, they are all public. It's the conversation before the terms become public in order to sort of take the council or the administration's temperature on the transaction.
And can I jump in there with the comment? I think too, that point of competitiveness and why we need it is because part of our job is to, we are dealing with taxpayer dollars. And so if we're not actually doing this in a competitive way where we're getting the best price or selling for the best price, then that other part of our job as stewards of taxpayer money is not being met. So
I think that's
this
right.
gives us the tool to be able to kind of do both of those sides of our job, right?
I think that's right.
Mr. Chair, mine's more of a comment too along these lines. I think it was shortly after I was elected, so in 2018, the Tribune did a story on all of municipalities and gave a black mark award to Salt Lake because we had a disproportionately high number of times that we went into executive session. And I just want the public to know that I think that was particularly unfair because it was right around the time when the inland port issue was first coming up, and so there was property implications, there are legal implications, and so I think I think we sometimes get there's a perception out there that we are trying to keep certain business items out of the public eye, but that if we had to have all of those meetings in the open, I mean, all of that information eventually has become public, but I had to do that at the time. It would have compromised the city's litigation position, legislative position, and would have compromised our ability to make that land purchase. So I think it's just important that we tell the public, both in these meetings and in our community council meetings and in our one-on-one interactions, that we're really doing this in order to either protect your money, protect your security, or protect the privacy of our city employees, or to protect our litigation and legislative strategy that has legal implications.
Any other questions, council members? No?
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And I'll just repeat that. We'll see you later tonight.
I look forward to it.
Okay. I failed to, I don't know if this is standard, but I just wanted to welcome Rachel Otto, the Chief of Staff of the Mayor, to our council meeting. So welcome. Yeah, as well as Councilmember Dan Dugan to his first meeting. Enjoy for 4 years. Okay, we're going to go back to item number 1, which is the nomination of the council chair and vice chair for the calendar year 2020. So I'm going to turn this over to the Executive Director, Cindy Gus Jensen.
Well, first, what you typically do is those of you who are interested in running would express interest and give a brief statement as to why, or you can also nominate someone at this time. You do the chairperson first, and then after that, you do the vice chair.
May I just move forward and nominate somebody at this time?
It's for the chair.
For chair, yes. I would like to nominate Chris Wharton as next year's chair. I just want to say that the reason that I'm nominating Chris is we've worked together over the last 2 years, and he was vice chair his first year and vice chair of the RDA this last year, and is incredibly dedicated to the city council, and have seen his hard work play out over all of the work he did his first year on the council with the Inland Port and being vice chair with Aaron Mendenhall. And I don't know, there's a lot of wit on this council, but really, Chris, like, his witty game is on point. So I think that's another plus for my nomination for Chris as chair.
Nice. Any other nominations? Chris, do you want to say anything?
Yes, I accept the nomination, and I would really love to have this opportunity. I think that serving in those two capacities as vice chair in 2018 and as vice chair of the RDA in 2019, that I have a really firm grasp on all of the issues that we're going to be dealing with, well, all the foreseeable ones we're going to be dealing with in 2020. And what I really want to accomplish is, in addition to moving forward on all of the major priorities that we identify and have been identified, making sure that we move forward on some of the backlog of work that we need to do sort of in the city council office, updating policies and procedures. And I am ready to put in the extra time and effort to make sure that we get those done. And I, in addition to that, yeah, I promise to bring some levity and maybe some office pranks to the position of chair, because I think it's important. I don't regret it. So.
Okay, anyone else? Nominations or otherwise? Let's hand out those ballots. You only get to vote once. Thank you. Oh, and yeah, I forgot to mention. I failed to mention that Councilmember Fowler's name is not on here because you cannot serve as the RDA chair as well as the council chair.
They just didn't want me to be the dictator.
Yeah.
So it's nothing personal. It's just, you know, you just can't do it.
Jeez, this is really. First job. Right? Yeah. That's it.
I'm with Scott back here to do this. May I just speak loudly?
Please.
Can you repeat it, Jen, to the microphone?
I'll repeat it into the microphone.
All right, Amy Fowler, AKA Tiny Dictator, voted for Chris Wharton.
Amy Fowler, AKA Tiny Dictator, voted for Chris Wharton. Andrew or James Rogers, in other words, voted for Chris Wharton. Way to go, Chris. You voted for yourself.
Thank you.
I voted for Chris. Mr. Rogers did. Councilmember Dugan voted for Chris Wharton. And Councilmember Valdemars voted for Chris Wharton. Congratulations, Chris, the new chair.
Well, thank you. This is just a real surprise, and that's why I'm so glad that I happen to have this mallet. I just a coincidence. So, thank you.
Actually, just so everybody knows, there is no ratification until this evening, so you will be put on the consent agenda.
Oh well.
Your
put this
attendance is
back.
not necessary across the hall to be appointed.
Good. I have big plans for tonight. I can't make it.
On to the vice chair nomination. Do we have any?
Yeah, right.
Do we have any nominations or anyone that would like to nominate themselves?
Would you like me to nominate you? All right. Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate James Rogers, Andrew Johnston. That was a serious joke. Andrew Johnston for the vice chair position.
I'll second that.
What's my name?
Andrew Johnson.
Jandrew Rogerton.
I promise to bring brevity to the position.
You promise? See, here we go again. The great thing about being the chair for the rest of the day is I get to decide what happens, right? For the rest of the day. Until the consent agenda. Just kidding, we'll pass these out now. Sorry, everybody. No big surprises here for our council. I 1 year really did vote for myself, and I intentionally did not mean to do that.
You meant to vote for Andrew.
Yes, I voted for myself. We've got Pete and repeat again, so.
I'm not sure if Councilmember Valdemoros wrote this or if her seatmate did, but Santa Ana Valdemoros votes for Andrew.
Ana Valdemoros votes for Andrew Johnston. Congratulations.
Councilmember Fowler votes for Andrew Johnston.
Councilmember Fowler voted for you too, Andrew.
Chris Wharton voted for Andrew.
Councilmember Wharton, I gave you another vote. No one else. It's just you.
Councilmember Andrew voted for James Rogers.
I knew he was going to do that. Thanks for the vote, buddy.
James Rogers voted for Andrew Johnston and circled it.
I circled it.
Jan Dubin, Councilmember Dubin voted for Andrew Johnston.
And it was unanimous, except for the one vote you threw my way. It was close. So congratulations, Councilmember Johnson. Next week. Oh, right now?
Okay. Sorry, this is the seat.
Can this count as the RDA seats too, as much as possible?
No. How do you want to work this? Do you want me to walk it around?
Where's the vice chair? The chair sits there, the vice chair.
Yes.
Right here.
Yes, so the people who are going to be chair and vice chair wouldn't select, and apparently the chair or acting chair chooses first,
Oh.
and then from there, it passes around. So what you do is you pull the number out, and the person who has the highest number then selects their seat first.
Highest number, huh?
Number one. Oh, yes.
I want to be number one because,
I think of, yes, sorry.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I selected mine.
Okay, do you want to?
Oh! Yes, we can trade number.
So the highest number goes first.
Well, number one goes first. I said,
Well, there's no surprise. Let's just figure that one out. Okay? I'm number one. Who's number 2? Me. Number 3? Number 4? Great. Dan, I'm going to play hot seat there. I'm going to take your spot. But not right now. Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to take Chris's seat.
Okay. Okay, well, congratulations to everybody in their seating assignments. We're going to move on to item number 3, which is informational for Salt Lake City Emergency Management Update. And I know that we have John Flint here. Now, just for you, Dan, John scared me really bad the first time I ever met him. He brings emergency to a whole nother level, so. And Pam Lofgren, who is the Emergency Management Program Director, as well as I think Aubrey Pierce is here.
Yes.
Pierce.
Cheers. Yes, we're good.
Oh, please. Mayor Mendenhall, welcome.
Are you going to work that? For
Yeah.
Me? Okay, yeah. So I'll let you know when we're ready to click. Switch? It's okay. We're good as long as she's got that.
So,
Wait,
Mr. Flint, I expect
Wait,
you
Mr.
to
Chair.
scare Councilmember Dugan as badly as you scared me.
I'll do my best.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just really briefly, though, I do want to thank everybody for your vote and thanks for your support. And I'm really glad that we were able to do this without, and have it all be unanimous, with the exception of Andrew's confusion over the very deceptive ballot. But yeah, I'm really excited to get started, and thank you all.
Bill has not been ratified across the hall, Chris. So.
Okay, then
I'm just kidding. I'm giving you a hard time. Come on, man.
Asterisk. Paste this later.
Later.
To the end of the night. Thanks.
All right, Pam.
Hi. Well, thank you for having us, inviting us to present and kick off the year with an opportunity to share the important work that we're doing in emergency management, and also have an opportunity to learn what vision you have that we can support as part of our ongoing efforts. Today, we're going to focus more on programs and some of the priorities that we have, and maybe an overview of some of our efforts, rather than doing a deep dive into like all hazards and response. Please stop us if you have questions along the way, and if there's something we can't answer, we'll circle back and get that to you. Again, I'm Pam Lofgren. I'm relatively new. I came in April of 2019, and it's been a bit of a learning curve, but I've been very lucky to have been adopted into this very talented team of individuals who are going to support this discussion along the way and add their expertise. Again, for those of you who don't know, Kendra Renee, John Flint, and Audrey Pierce here with me today. Eric Witt, as you all know, is out, and so he couldn't join us. And then we also have an office technician who's back at work, keeping the wheels on the bus. So our overall structure, we are a small program, and we report to the Chief of Staff. We have to share resources because we obviously don't have the infrastructure to do that. We utilize the fire department's HR specialist as well as legal counsel. And then our budget, if you want to go ahead, our budget is located within the police department, and their fiscal team helps us with all of those efforts. I did put our budgets, our current year budget up. It's $623,000. I'm going to apologize. I made an error in the transmittal, so this is the accurate number. I had a moment and made a mistake, so I apologize for that. I'm not going to really jump into the actual numbers, but what I do want to talk about is historically there has been precedent that our budget has been augmented with grant funds for basic operational purpose products and purposes that probably should be coming out of a general fund, promotional materials, things of that nature. And this isn't a sustainable practice for us because many of our grants are going away, and it's something that we can't count on. So what I want to express to you is that you can expect to see some improved planning efforts and management, and it's a reasonable request for us to kind of true up so that we can be sustainable through the general fund for years to come. Go ahead and go with the grants. I did mention grants, and I'm not going to go into explanation on each of those, but it gives you an idea of what we're trying to manage there, unless there are specific questions about any of those grants. And Audrey Pierce does our grant management, and she's the expert, and I would defer to her anyway. So unless there's something specific you'd like to know on, we'll kind of just jump forward. Until this year, we have not had an articulate or clearly defined written mission statement, and so we have taken a shot at a first draft of that we're kind of putting forward, and it's obviously subject to evolve a little bit, but we wanted to put something forward, and we certainly welcome your input and feedback to make sure that it reflects what you are expecting us to be doing as well. Go ahead. I'm just going to kind of glance over some of our program responsibilities. This is just a few of them, but we're responsible for the radio enterprise, and that's really just the infrastructure, our radio loops, the towers that we have with the repeaters, the backbone of the system, so that our public services and our public safety employees can have a reliable system and be safe. Guiding documents, those are our emergency operations plans, COOP plans, checklists, and such. Preparedness programs, we'll hit on those a little bit further down. Joint information system, Kenja manages that. It's a network of 26 professional communications personnel throughout all our city departments, and they really work together to provide unified messaging in the event of incident or a planned event. Emergency Operations Center, I think everyone here has been over there and understands the concept of that. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. And then training and exercises. Eric Witt puts together a annual training program to keep our employees, and specifically those who are assigned to roles within the EOC or otherwise, up to date. And those meet our national standards and often grant requirements as well. Our Emergency Operations Center, I'm not going to get into the overall activations and the levels because I believe, unless you're curious, but I believe everyone is familiar with those. But what I will comment on is that in normal, and it's still acceptable obviously, but if there's an incident or another department requires our support, we will activate immediately and do that in support of their efforts. But we have kind of taken a different approach this past year, and we're self-activating to have a leaning forward posture so that we're more ready to provide that support when those calls do come in. And often it's at a monitoring level, and then that can elevate based on the needs of the requesting departments or the conditions of the incident or planned event. And this is just a graphic overview of what that response looks like. On the right-hand side, the incident command, obviously the area, if it was the incident, if it's a dam failure, obviously Laura Briefer and her team at Public Utilities would play a primary role in that. The coordination group or the unified command, those folks are working at the EOC to support the efforts that are being made in the field. And then the policy group, the mayor, and the city department heads, they're part of that group, and they're basically focusing on the overall strategy for response, discussing economic and political and social implications, and helping to determine the best approach to responding to those to that incident. And then on the bottom of that, you see the arrow, the two-directional arrow. The JIC, the Joint Information System, that really spans all of those groups. There's members present in each of those to make sure that there's consistency and unity in in those messages. Ready to go? Fix the Bricks is one of our key programs. We're going to kind of switch gears and just cover a few of those. I know many of you are familiar with that. We're really proud of it. Audrey Pierce runs that program. She spearheaded it, and it was created by Emergency Management. It's the first of its kind in the nation, and Audrey gets called to come and speak all over the country and locally as well on her expertise at how to implement limited seismic improvements on unreinforced masonry dwellings so that those who reside in those dwellings have an opportunity to escape a collapse before a structure collapses in the event of an earthquake or other event. Just I put a note at the top there. The Wasatch Front has the highest concentration of unreinforced masonry buildings in the nation. Estimated in the Wasatch Front over 170,000. By contrast, California has like 60,000, right? And they've had very progressive public policy on that. Salt Lake City in general, I believe we have about 32,000 just unreinforced masonry residences, like single-family dwellings. And that's important to know because 90% of the projected fatalities and injuries are determined to be, caused by collapsed buildings or falling debris. Yes, sir.
Are they concentrated in neighborhoods? Are they year groups, like anything built before 1960, 1950?
I'm going to let Audrey take her turn there.
So it is concentrated in the older buildings, things over 50 years old, residences that were before we had significant seismic codes. So there's some of her comments about how many we have versus how many other people have is she gave you an overall total of like the entire kind of Wasatch Front and then more of a Salt Lake City number. But it's not just residences and neighborhoods, it's downtown apartments, it's lots of other things. It's just, at this point, we've only been able to focus on residences.
Yeah, so it's like all your neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So I've heard from developers before that because of Utah being on the fault line and us trying to make really proactive efforts and changes to the building code, I think in the 80s and 90s, some developers feel that the code is too strong on earthquake prevention. What are your thoughts on that?
Actually, a lot of it is they're looking at the cost, right? The cost to build to a certain level. The truth is that it would cost them more, but in what we have seen, it's not as significant as they kind of make it out to be. And even at the state level, we have recently adopted some more code to kind of increase that the seismic standard. The problem is that even though we change these policies and ordinances, it's trying to get people that are kind of in before that to make the improvements because, how do we get people that are remodeling to bring those things up to a current standard? So yes, going forward, the stuff that's like new construction, a lot of that is not really where we're too concerned, but it's the older buildings and whether or not people actually request a permit before they do anything inside their house and that kind of thing that we want to try to address and get people more on board with what we're trying to do. But like I mentioned before, it's not just residences, it's businesses, people that have parapets or where they used to have signage on the front of buildings and things like that, where if those things are not braced down, they could fall into the sidewalk area or injure people that are trying to come out of those buildings. And it creates not necessarily, a safety risk for people, but also becomes the debris that we have to move after the earthquake. So that becomes a problem as well.
Right. We don't, the building code is a state law, so we don't change that. But just how do you think that what we're asking residents to do compares with maybe other areas like California where they also have a lot of fault lines? Do you think that we're, similar, or maybe a little less restrictive, a little more restrictive?
We are less restrictive.
Okay.
And actually, so what we've tried to do to mitigate is to try to help facilitate people doing the work. And that's where we bring in the grant funding to help offset some of that cost. But there are other areas that we've been having a lot of conversation with that are also looking at our program for how we're doing things, because they've looked at things more on that administrative policy side. And in a couple of the things that we've looked at, when they try to do those policy requirements, they do get a lot of pushback from builders and from other people, and even from property owners, because we're familiar with one where there's active current legislation where they wanted to try to placard buildings that were unsafe. So, and that's kind of a different take than what California does, because California placards buildings that are safe. So it's like, so in the one that I'm referencing, people were more upset because they didn't want people to think that they couldn't come in the building. Does that make sense? So we do need to address, and Pam's going to mention this on a later slide, some overall emergency management policies and ordinances and things we can do going forward. But we want to also try to kind of find that balance of, how do we incentivize getting people to do stuff versus punishing people that don't.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks, Audrey. I just wanted to show, obviously, the 3 dates that are up there are the previous awards from FEMA for pre-disaster mitigation. Audrey is currently working on our 2020 application. As she mentioned that we've been looking at alternatives, we recognize, and I'm not great at math, but based on how long it's taking to complete these homes, this is like a 700-year project, right? So we need to expand the scope of what it is, what we're doing, and like I say, through incentivizing or other things. We've met with council staff, we've met with community and neighborhoods. We're trying to identify possible solutions to do that. And we're very keen to apply an equity lens to this program to make sure that that it's accessible to all members in the committee, whether we look at using income as a qualifier or what have you. We don't know what that is right now. There's currently 1,900 persons, or 25. I think they just went up to closer to 2,500. Every time there's a story on the news, we get a few more. So
just had a story.
It's first come, first served. So it's very popular, but again, incentivizing people are going to need to do some of these on their own. One of the things I don't know if I don't think she mentioned is, I think a gap is that there aren't a lot of contractors who are necessarily qualified or experienced in doing these type of upgrades, and we want to make sure that we try and maybe increase those as well. And there's a great little picture of Audrey there. I just wanted to throw her some recognition. She received an award for excellence in mitigation from the Western Seismic Safety Council this year. So she's, again, making us look great. Next, CERT. I want to talk about the CERT program, which is their Community Emergency Response Team. And basically, in general, John manages this program, and it has a long history in the city, and you generously fund that at $25,000 a year. And really what it is, for those of you who may not know, is, training members of our community so that they're prepared and can act independently and assisting during those times of disaster emergency until professional help arrives. We took a close look at the program in early summer, and we recognized that we were having declining enrollments. I believe 67 was what we had in the first 6 months. So I put a temporary suspension on that program in July so that we could spend the next 6 months kind of retooling that and looking at what the obstacles and the barriers to participation are, and see how we might get closer on those goals and make better use of the funding that you provide us. So we've decided to go with an online learning program. The curriculum is available through the University of Utah. I'm taking the course right now. It seems to be extremely well put together. But then it's followed up with a 16-hour practicum that we would be coordinating, the hands-on skill building for, bandaging and, things of that nature. One of the things that we think we can do as a barrier, to eliminate a barrier, is reduce the course fee from $30 to $15 under this new structure with no decrease in participation, and we still get to have the equipment bag that John orders and puts together for everyone. Another gap we did realize, there were some software changes some time ago within the city, and we lost our records. So we were kind of starting over when it comes to tracking the number of members we've trained or that are living in within our boundaries. So we're going to start a new program with that. We're also working with IMS to develop a front-end capture, a registration portal so that we can capture more of that data, which goes into the ability to have like addresses, so we can geocode where these members live generally, and that we can focus our marketing strategy and get enrollments from areas within the city that may not be participating or might be able to identify that we need to increase a certain courses in a second language or other than English or what have you. Our goal, which I believe in previous years we've agreed to, is to try and get 300 a year with those funds, and that's our goal. We've also decided this year to tie our overall goal to percentage. So starting slow, at 1%, we think we'd like to have 1% of our population trained in CERT. It's a lofty goal, and it's going to take us a long time to get there, especially with attrition and people moving in and out. But we're committed to doing that right now. And I don't know if you have any questions specifically or that John can answer about that program.
Does somebody go and apply for, to do the certification? I didn't see, is there a website that the public can go to and apply for it and get it done?
Do you want to?
Yeah, the link for that will be on our emergency management homepage.
Okay.
You can click on the link for the CERT.
Okay.
And we'll provide the link to the University of Utah. That's actually James Ray, the Citizen Corps coordinator at the State Department of Emergency Management, coordinated with the University of Utah to do this comprehensive program. And I did speak with him about, making sure that it was consistent with the national platform. It's been submitted to FEMA. FEMA has signed off on it, so it is the comprehensive course that people would take in class, just online, and just a few more things about that. The traditional course was 7 weeks, so people had to commit that 3 hours a night, 1 night a week for 7 weeks. And it wasn't very conducive to enrollment for a lot of people. That's a big commitment, not only for the public, but instructors as well. And so I think that this online program will go a long way for us to build our CERT base back up. And like Pam said, I think a lot of it primarily is going to be targeted marketing. I do have old data, but it is old, but it still gives an idea of the concentrations of CERT-trained people in the city, and we're going to use that as a baseline to start our targeting for the rest of the year and go from there.
Thank you.
BeReadySLC.com is the URL.
Right.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Or in Spanish, listoslc.com.
Thank you. I will say that we're going to be doing an official launch with some materials, and we'll make sure that gets out. I did want to also say that John is committed to also continuing the in-person courses for Spanish speakers. So we will be doing that, and then we will scale those classes based on response and demand. Nice. Yes, nice. You want to go ahead and next? Yes. Good. Our next key program is kind of in a maintenance mode. It's Safe Neighborhoods. It's also a program that's homegrown here at Emergency Management, created by John. I'm going to let John go ahead and speak about what he's done on that and where we're at.
So I know, James, I know you're familiar. Where'd Andrew go? Anyway, Anyway, I know there are most of you, I think, are familiar with it. Are there any of you who have no clue what the Safe Neighborhoods program is or what it's about or why I created it and anything?
Oh, okay. Councilman Andrew.
Dan, here we go. I'm going to do what I can do for you. So, Dan, you're familiar with the statistics as far as the gaps we're looking at for the earthquake scenario here in the Salt Lake Valley? As far as response capabilities, things like that. I need to
We'll put
Not enough time here. Need to do a training program for you, but essentially, I moved to I moved to Utah, Salt Lake, or actually I live and work for Salt Lake City. But anyway, I moved here in 2008. We had the first great shakeout. After that, looking at the gaps that we faced as far as being able to respond, not just citywide, but valley-wide, was kind of the whole impetus behind the creation of this program. But it was the Safe Neighborhoods program was designed to sort of fill that gap between the time the ground stops shaking and when we can start get those outside resources in. And just to the nuts and bolts short version of this is right now there are within Salt Lake City 27 elementary schools that we have put these just-in-time kits in the school with maps, checklists, things that, so each one of those elementary school neighborhoods, they'll be able to do the things they need to do through like the CERT program, the amateur radio program, other Red Cross training, so that those neighborhoods can take care of themselves effectively, doing their own search and rescue, their own evacuation centers, their own sheltering, temporary sheltering, until we can start get those outside resources in. So essentially, those are the things that the program addresses. And just like though the CERT program, and I'm going to go ahead and speak a little bit of this, the biggest issue that we have is anything with emergency management, much like the Fix the Bricks or anything else, people don't like to really think about those things because they're not like, you know, happy, joy kind of things to think about. But educating the public and making sure that the public is aware of our programs and encouraging people and incentivizing them to learn about these programs and get involved is paramount for the success of all of these programs. And that's kind of why, that's where you guys will be able to help come in as far as the incentivizing and supporting these programs from your perspective and making sure that the people in your districts understand the importance. But if you have any questions specifically about the Safe Neighborhoods program or any of the other ones, please catch us offline. I know we're limited on time here, but essentially this program was created to help fill that gap. One other thing about that is to help encourage that. We've started a Safe Neighborhoods Ambassador program, and essentially working with the school district. I'm also on the school district safety committee, school board safety committee, and they were, what's the word I'm looking for? They were very accepting of the idea of the Safe Neighborhoods Ambassador program, but the idea is to get individuals in each neighborhood to coordinate with each elementary school and sort of have that, create that one-on-one familiarity, ideally working with people who maybe are already affiliated with the school, either through the school community councils or the PTAs, to become involved and be that ambassador for their neighborhood to sort of ease that transition. And that plays into also like doing training, like for the shakeout and other things, to build those relationships ahead of time, so we're not waiting until after the disaster and all these people converge on the schools. So, but anyway, that's sort of a very, believe it or not, brief version of that. So.
Great. And one thing John didn't mention that I just will before we move on is that John has been working with the county, with UTA, and with the Salt Lake School District to try and develop a formal agreement so that they can share certified bus drivers, CDL drivers, and buses in the event we need to do evacuations or relocations. So it's taking a little bit longer than we thought, but we're moving there. Ham Radio is obviously an amateur radio group. Salt Lake Crossroads was developed specifically for the Salt Lake City response. John manages this group. We have a great group of volunteers. We have a radio control station in the EOC. In 2019, just two things I want to mention is that we had some multiple equipment upgrades. Some of those were just updating outdated equipment. But another aspect is that we have bringing in some technology online that not only allows us to do audio transmissions, but to be able to transmit actual images. And that will help us with like damage assessments and other things when other communication methods might be down. So they'll be able to maybe relay those, those photos from their neighborhoods and different things. Also, their membership increased 11%, so we have 80. And then John is in 2020 looking to establish a formal agreement with crossroads, so that we're both responsible to each other and expectations and what we need to do to support each other. And then also we'll be starting to host operator training to get those numbers up. I want to transition now just to some 2019 highlights. I won't go into great detail, but I would certainly want to answer any questions you have. One of the things we've been working on with many partners throughout the city is updating our city hazard mitigation plan. And I guess technically it is a county, the county's mitigation plan, and we have the largest annex in that, which really goes through and identifies all of our hazards and specific projects that we've identified as a city that we're working on to mitigate those. Our last revision was 2015. We're required to do it every 5 years for FEMA, and what's important about that is if we don't have the plan updated and approved through them, then it precludes us from obtaining any pre- or post-disaster mitigation funds. So we've submitted those recommendations and changes to the consultant that we've been working with, and they're taking it through that public process and all of the, and so it's kind of out of our hands now, but I saw Laura Briefer sneak in. I don't know if she's still here, but I just want to thank her specifically because their team went all out and provided several new mitigation plans for us. Rave Alert System generously funded a web-based notification system last year, in this past year's budget, to send emergency alerts to our city employees about campus safety, workplace safety issues. That is up and running. Those who have enrolled can receive text and or email messages, and we're about 50% enrollment right now for the city. Policy group SART calls. SART stands for Situational Awareness, Response, and Training. It was something we were asked to implement, and basically what it does in short is provide a rehearsal, a standard scheduled call monthly, acts as a rehearsal for incident response by that group. So we do that once a month, and then we've also had some unannounced calls to practice and exercise that. Shelter inspection training. Our team, along with members of the fire department, participated with the Red Cross's program, and that's going to tie into some of our 2020 goals. But basically what that is going through with a very long list of criteria that are required or recommended to be able to use a facility as a shelter in the event of a disaster. We conducted 3 ESF 8 exercises, which along the health and medical field, and that is basically, we worked with local EMS and local hospitals, if I recall. I wasn't here for those, but I'm told that those were conducted. And then also we increased our social media and our online presence. Kenja has done a great job developing new content. She's increased our web traffic by 80% this year and our social media by 35%. So we're trying to get some traction and have people following us so that they can understand what preparedness efforts they should be taking. Moving to 2020 priorities, City Emergency Operations Plan. Our plan hasn't been updated since 2011, and it needs a bit of a revision, so we're working on that right now. Our goal is to have that done in the first quarter of 2020 and bring that to you for your feedback and input. And we'll take that back and also let our other city partners have input into that and then get that moved forward. We'd also like to revisit some of the local emergency ordinances. Some of those are 2013-ish. We want to make sure they're still relevant, like price controls and things of that nature. I mentioned the shelter inspection training. We're going to be putting together multidisciplinary teams to go through and inspect our city inventory of facilities within the calendar years and then enter those into the Red Cross Shelter Management Database so that we have a ready list of options to use when we need to open an evacuation shelter.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a quick question on that one? When you talk about shelters, are we talking about schools as well? Since those are immediate places, or are other things outside of those schools?
Go ahead, you were going to say something.
No. Exercising that brevity. No, the idea is that actually the schools primarily are meant to be those evacuation hubs.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the beginning, like for the earthquake scenario, there's going to be some temporary ad hoc shelters pop up in each neighborhood out of necessity, and that was part of the idea behind putting those just-in-time kits, for telling them how to do that until we can actually get longer-term shelters and Red Cross shelters established. But that's the idea, but not specifically, but for one thing, the elementary schools specifically don't have the facilities required to establish a shelter, like showers and things. So, yeah, but the short answer is no.
Okay.
I will also say is, that, we recently, the fire department asked us, and we were very grateful for the call. They asked us to help support them in a hazmat incident they had recently at a senior living center. And so as I was trying to set up that evacuation shelter, the schools I called either weren't available because it was after hours, it was Christmas weekend, or the ones that did answer said they didn't have the authority. So we're really looking internal. I don't want to exclude schools, but internally, if we could look at our own resources that we have quick access to, we can spin up, was great. Debris management plan. This is a significant gap in our city planning. Basically, we'll be working on our request for proposal on that. What this does is it helps us manage debris in a coordinated, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly manner. It also allows us, or ensures that we can meet the federal requirements for reimbursement. For example, don't move something twice, right, when you're trying to clear things out. It's a very complex document. It's something that we don't have the technical expertise to do. We'll be looking for a consultant to help us with that. And then just lastly, we'll talk about it. I'm sorry, there are two more. National level exercise planning. I'm going to speak to that in just a moment, but it's going to be a big time consumer for us in the year to come. And then we're also looking to focus our efforts on vulnerable and underserved populations. There's a large number of members of our community who have the ability to prepare and be self-sufficient or independent in an emergency, but there are many in our community that don't, whether they have functional and functional needs, or refugee populations or others. So we're going to be focusing our planning efforts on them. Looking ahead, one of the things we want to do is just make sure we're fostering a culture of accountability in emergency management. Some of the things we're going to be looking at are evaluating whether an emergency management accreditation program with voluntary standards would be a benefit to us. Also, we want to have some transparency with annual reports, program dashboards, and we also want to do better at using outcomes and indicators to develop, data-driven policy and program development, so that we're not just shooting from the hip. So there's a lot of information here. This is a significant event that we have coming up. It's the national level exercise. Every year, a large-scale exercise is conducted in the United States. On even years, the president selects the exercise. In odd years, FEMA selects the exercise. In 2021, FEMA has selected the Salt Lake City segment of the Wasatch Fault as their national exercise. Yes. So I'm feeling a little stressed about it. There's a lot of moving parts. But the exciting piece is that we're getting a lot of FaceTime with FEMA and others to identify gaps in capabilities. We're doing transportation, feasibility analyses. So there's a lot going on. So the dates are May 10th through 14th. Again, it's based on a 7.0 earthquake scenario. We've got 2 good years. We started in the spring with 2 years of planning and lead-up exercise. FEMA is updating their catastrophic response plan for the Wasatch Fault, and they're going to be testing that, as will we be participating in many exercises and testing our plans and our capabilities. So,
yes, I have a couple questions. So how many people do we expect to come in for this exercise, for those 4 days or so?
So I don't have that specific information right now. We've just started in the end of November, a concepts and objectives meeting where we're trying to determine that. Internally, we'll be able to dictate some of the exercises that we want to do internally, and then also how we interface with FEMA, Northern Command, and the Department of Emergency Management of the state. I don't remember the name. It was a hurricane when I think it was 2 years ago, but they had, I think, 12,000 people participating from all levels of government, plus public components that would involve the communities. And I think they had like 250,000 people in some aspect exercising, right? You know, whether it's maybe their personal preparedness, but they're large, complex activities. So we're going to be on a national stage. There's going to be commitments for us, you know, that we'll bring back to the administration, to you, talking about personnel, facilities, you know, different equipment or things that they may be asking us to utilize. So if you want to move to the next page, slide. So this is just a snapshot of some HAZUS data as modeling on the outcomes of an earthquake scenario. And it's programmed in here for a 7.0, as I mentioned, based in December at 2 p.m., which adds complexity to the exercise based on, you know, those factors. On the left, you'll just see a small shake map. Obviously, Salt Lake City is in the red zone, which is, you know, violent or extreme. There's also liquefaction that isn't calculated into that. But these are just some basic, a few key takeaways. You know, 80%, something on the Salt Lake fault segment, Salt Lake segment of the fault affects 80% of the Utah population. Fatalities, 3,100 fatalities. A lot of injuries. I won't go through all of those, but I will notice, I mean, something that about third or fourth one up there on the bottom, it's an interesting, is 339,000 people on day 90 without potable water as a projection, which is pretty significant. And then the next to the last, 30 million tons of debris generated. And it's hard for, I think, us to kind of conceptualize what that is. To give you an example, that is equivalent to 17 9/11s. They only had 1.8 million tons. And then, of course, the last one, the economic impact, $52 billion. I mean, that's pretty staggering. I don't know if you have any questions about those. There's a lot more data that can be added in. And I think when we talk about, you know, the impacts into the community lifelines, and we're always willing to do another briefing for you on that.
Yeah, I guess I just had one question, follow-up question. I appreciate the planning scenario. That is really helpful and puts it in perspective. My question for you is, with the 30 million tons of debris generated, I know you're looking at some sort of master plan for debris collection, right? What about the sustainability component? I know that once there's an emergency, that goes out the window, but if you're prepared for it, then it doesn't have to go out the window.
No, agreed. And we have, you know, recovery is a piece that we haven't really tackled yet. It's pretty complex, but we have reached out to sustainability to Vicki, and she's going to have personnel, some of her staff, participate on the RFP committee and be involved in that to make sure that our core values and everything are also represented in there. It's not just the requirements, but what do we want to do?
And does that, and because she's part of the landfill committee, I believe, would she serve that purpose as well for the landfill, or would there be somebody from the landfill to participate as well?
I don't have an answer for that, but it's something that, again, I'm a little inexperienced in the debris management piece, but we'll make sure that we have representation there from the landfill, whether it's her or someone else. Okay. Yes, sir.
Maybe just a different topic here. Fire. California's had a couple fires. Australia has one or two. And I'm just wondering, are we discussing anything, talking with California and Australia on their lessons learned and what they're doing with their power companies, Rocky Mountain Power, on if we were to have a fire in the canyon, any one of our canyons, or along the East Bench?
Yeah, you know, so first of all, I know the fire department is here, Chief Lieb, and I know that their team has been working on mitigation projects, and so I don't want to speak to that specifically, but we have been in contact with Rocky Mountain Power. They do have a public safety plan, a shutdown plan. It's even on their website, and we would like to meet with them. They've been part of these FEMA discussions as well. The private sector has been, but from our standpoint, we wanted to know what the plan was and that we could plan accordingly, because we're also concerned from an emergency standpoint, not about fires, but the loss of power for people who are on medical devices and things of that nature. So again, my colleagues in the back would be better able to answer those questions for you.
I wasn't sure if that was underneath your jurisdiction or if it was under
the fire mitigation. We certainly touch mitigation, but we're not the experts in the room here. Our colleagues in the back there in the white shirts, I think, are the better folks to throw that question to. So,
We just support them.
and I'm happy to get whatever information we can to you on that, whether it's through our channels or directly from fire. Most definitely, and I know, you know, like I said, this has a state, it doesn't show that, but some of the initial projections that have set on fires, in the like 141 spontaneous fires, right, happening is what they're projecting. I don't know how they're calculating that in the models, but so we know that there's going to be a lot. And one of the things I'm very proud of is that I felt that we have a great working relationship with the fire department, specifically Lisa Demmons and the team over in their emergency management group, and Chief Mill and others. So, and we meet monthly to talk about these issues, and I can, you know, certainly circle back. We'll make a note of that to get more information.
Just wanted to add a little bit to that as well. The NLE does focus specifically on the earthquake for this scenario, but the update to the mitigation plan, we did coordinate with other departments and for strategies from everything for response to severe weather events, to drought, to the earthquake issues. So we have had some of that conversation and that coordination, and we allowed them to add in any strategies, and we tried to update strategies that had previously been put into that plan as well.
I'm moving to the next page. So this is page 1 of the timeline for this project. This is just the planning. As you can see, the trajectory moving from left to upper right. The yellow lines at the bottom that I've highlighted, those are the workshops that we've been participating in since June with, like, say, FEMA and Northern Command and the Department of Emergency Management. We have quite a ways to go until the exercise. The next is page 2, and this is actually the exercise planning timeline. And then, as I previously mentioned, there at the bottom, we just did our first concepts and objectives meetings, and we have fire department and police department and others invited to participate in these. They've been, again, been great partners. And the two highlighted areas, I want the first one, in the center, called distribution exercise, first 2 weeks of June. This is sneaking up on us as a compressed timeline, and this is a full-scale exercise. And to give you an example, this will be FEMA bringing in truckloads or rail cars or by air commodities, putting out in support bases, you know, out in Nevada, and then maybe closer in Wendover, exercising the distribution plan through the state to the county, distilled down to the city level, and then for us to exercise by getting that to into our communities. So we're developing those scenarios right now. We're on, again, our short timeline, but I just wanted to let you know that that's happening, and it gives an example of some of the things that we're working on. And then again, culminating at the end there in 2021 with the exercise, and we'll keep you briefed as we learn more about these events. And then as we close up, I just wanted to kind of focus on your role here at the council, and I shouldn't be so arrogant to say that you don't know your role, but I thought I would just have some other speaking points. And for those of you who may not remember or have been told, you know, if you need to gather as a group as part of the response, your designated area is in the public safety building at the Fire Administration Conference Room. And you'll be in close proximity to the rest of the work groups. And of course, your role is providing that legislative authority and public policy that we're going to be necessary in responding to emergencies and making those decisions. Our council chair is our new council chair is going to be the second emergency interim successor to the mayor. So the emergency or disaster declarations will be part of your responsibility. And then the council executive director is within our policy group, and will be relaying information back and forth between that group and you. You also have 3 council staff that participate in the joint information system, the Kansas communications team. And then the 2 asks are the last bullets. You know, first of all, we really want to get our message of preparedness out to the community, and we'd like to be better partners with you, and you know, maybe proactively scheduling outreach events in your specific council districts, and figuring out how we can best do that for you in a way that you'd find palatable. And then lastly, it is not required, but we have some recommended training if you're interested that I will send through to Cindy. Basically, NIMS, National Incident Management online courses that you can take a look at and do maybe 10 or 12 hours worth. It's clearly up to you, but it might give you a great foundational understanding of some of the language we're doing. And other than that, unless there are any other questions, I think that's all we were prepared to talk about today. I'm sorry, I think we went over a little bit, and I tried to rush through that.
Oh, this is great. I think this is informational, and that's great. Any other questions? Absolutely.
Just a quick question. I'm not clear. In the beginning, it sounded like you mentioned that you were shifting reliance from grants to the general fund. Is that correct? And have you coordinated with city finance on searching out new grants?
So we have not talked about searching out new grants. Some of the grants are, like for example, the UASI grant, the Urban Area Security Initiative. You know, that's a risk-rated grant, and we don't qualify as a city. We were bumped a couple, so we were just spending out the last of the dollars that we received a few years ago on some projects. So those are things that we get evaluated on year to year, and as our profile elevates, or we have, you know, then we may be eligible for those. Certain things like our State Homeland Security Grant, those won't necessarily be going away, but they may be just distilled down to the county level for county-based projects rather than divided up by all the local municipalities. So we don't really know the complete lay of the land, but some of those things will end up going away, you know, when we don't qualify or we don't win those awards. Hence, we just want to true up our budget a little bit. So will we continue to look for other grant opportunities? We will. As far as the emergency management kind of area, I think these are predominantly the ones that we have access to.
Okay. And to you, it's sort of truing up your budget. To the council, though, it would mean a budget increase for your department. So it's just, or office.
Agreed, and reasonable. I don't think you should, we're not planning on coming in and asking for anything that's unrealistic. But for example, we want to make sure that we have enough money in our object code for cell phones when, you know, so we're adequately appropriating those funds, if that makes sense. So we just want to be better planners instead of just knowing that we think we have a pot to dip from when we may fall short.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you all for being here. We have a tentative break at 4:15, or we can take a tentative break now for 15 minutes.
It's up to you, Chairperson.
I'm looking to all you all how you're feeling.
I have this amazing bug that I'm drinking coffee out of. I'm good.
Let's continue on. Item number 4, which is a potential ordinance for draft Foothills Trail System Master Plan. And we have Allison Rowland, who's our council office policy analyst. I believe we have Louis Kogan from Trails and Natural Lands Division Director. And I think Kristen Riker is in the audience as well.
Yes.
I have her on this docket as well as the Deputy Director of Public Lands. So I don't know if Kristen wants to come up or she wants to hang out just in case. Oh, there you are. Okay, perfect. All right, so Allison, you want to lead us off on this?
Absolutely.
And then turn it over to Louis to add?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get into my computer because I accidentally closed it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ugh, now I have the wrong password. So I'm going to go by memory.
Can we get that door closed? It's a little loud. Sorry.
So this is, as you said, a hearing on Foothill Trails System Master Plan. The council is asked to, the council will receive this briefing and then be asked to consider an ordinance to adopt the master plan. You may remember that some of you may remember that you reviewed a first version of this master plan in January 2019. It lays out a 10-year phased approach to the Foothills Trail System, which will include ultimately over 106 miles of rehabilitated and new trails. This is the first master plan for the Foothills Natural Area, and it covers from the North Salt Lake boundary south to Immigration Canyon. Future plan update, a future plan update will address the area between Immigration and Parley's Canyons. I'm going to quickly highlight the capital costs and the maintenance and management costs, and then let Louis take it away from there. So capital costs at a planning level for the trails contemplated in this plan are $2.85 million over 10 years. Additional good news, or I guess even better news, is that the project has already received $250,000 in grants for phase 1 of the trails, and there are $396,000 of city matches that come for those grants that come mostly from impact fees and existing CIP funding. So phase 1 is well on its way. The less good news is that trailhead improvements are not included in this budget, and there is a significant need for any of the users of Foothill Trails. You may have noticed this, and those were preliminarily estimated to add $2 to $5 million to the total. $2 to $5 million, yes. So it's a broad range because it's early in the process of planning those, but the department has mentioned that they're working currently and hope to have closer estimates on those by the end of this year. There will also be additional costs for things like property acquisition to the extent that's needed. As you may know, there's a patchwork of ownership in the foothills, so there are different arrangements that have to be made with existing owners. There will also be additional costs for permitting, engineering, and then smaller costs that are not included in this planning level budget for trail system signage, trail decommissioning, and upgrades to existing system trails. The maintenance costs, really, my computer's not cooperating. I apologize.
While you're doing that, can I ask a quick question? Is phase 1 the north part of it?
No, phase 1 refers to a first set of trails that will be the first priority for the department, and I assume Louis can.
You'll tell me. You'll remind me what phase 1 is when we get to you. Thanks, Louis.
So the annual maintenance and management costs at full build-out, which, as I mentioned, is over 10 years, is estimated to be about $338,000 annually. And in addition, the department has proposed a full-time foothill ranger, which obviously has been an issue that the council has talked about, not in the sense of foothill, but in the sense of park rangers. So that's something that the council may want to talk through at more detail. The estimate for that position is $82,000 a year. And finally, trailhead maintenance is not included in this estimate, so there will be additional costs there as well. You may have seen an email that I sent out yesterday about 2:50 p.m. Louis provided responses to many of the questions that I listed as policy questions in the staff report. I'll let him cover those because he's the expert, but in the meantime, that's the overview.
Okay. Thank you, Allison, and good afternoon, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today. I want to use the time in the best way possible, and I suspect that most of you have had an opportunity to at least skim through the document, and so I think I've got about 20 slides here that really just are a quick overview of what is included in the document, and I'd like to try to cover those in about 10 minutes and then leave the rest of the time for specific questions, and we can jump back to any of the slides in the presentation or dive in deeper anywhere. To start out with, as Allison said, this is the first master plan or management plan that the foothills will have had, and it is based on 5 goals: that the foothills have a trail system that is environmentally sustainable, a trail system that is enjoyable for users, one that is accessible to a broad swath of the public, one that is safe for users, and ultimately one that is low maintenance for us. As far as the area that we're looking at in the plan, it extends from the mouth of Emigration Canyon north to the North Salt Lake County boundary, the boundary of Salt Lake City and North Salt Lake. And we have roughly divided it for planning purposes into south foothills, central foothills, and north foothills portions. Let's see if I can, well, anyways, the south portion planning area in the foothills includes primarily U.S. Forest Service lands with some University of Utah properties, state park, and it extends from Emigration Canyon north to Dry Creek, just north of the University of Utah Hospital. The central planning area is primarily city properties and extends from Dry Creek north and west to City Creek, and is the portion of the foothills above the avenues. And then the northern planning area extends from City Creek northward to the south edge of North Salt Lake and Davis County, and split between Salt Lake City property in blue and U.S. Forest Service property in green. The plan included a little over 2 years of robust public engagement. We engaged with several dozen stakeholder groups and thousands of individual participants, many of whom provided us with extremely detailed comments and spent a lot of time engaging with us on the plan and providing excellent input on our specific trail alignments and trailhead recommendations. Ultimately, the recommended trail system, as Allison mentioned, includes about 106 miles of formal system trails, and those are divided between multi-directional shared use trails and trails that we intend to have be purpose-built and have a more specific usage. And the different colors on this map represent different uses: foot traffic only, downhill bikes only, uphill bikes, and all other foot traffic, and multi-direction. So we're really trying to spread people out to protect experiences and improve safety and reduce user conflicts. I'm just going to quickly go through kind of some big features of each of the plan areas. So this is the north plan area with City Creek on the right, and then the county boundary on the left, north being to the left. The big move here is adding 3 lengthy trail segments north of Ensign Peak that are going to provide substantial new trail mileage in an area of the foothills that currently doesn't have trails near a mountain called Meridian Peak. And then also provide some additional trail connections that will substantially improve loop options with existing trail segments. The central foothills above the avenues is got some of the highest existing user traffic, with the Bonneville Shoreline Trail through this segment being heavily utilized. And our focus in this plan area is to provide alternatives for users both on foot and on bicycle to get off the BST and onto limited use trails, whether that's a downhill only bike trail or a foot traffic only trail, so that they have more options within this popular portion of the foothills, and can kind of self-segregate and have more of the type of experience that they're looking for. And finally, in the south section above the University of Utah, and this is the place, the biggest moves in this area are providing sustainably graded and easier to use and find trails that ascend up the major high points in this area: Mount Vancott, Red Butte and the Living Room, and then also Mount Wire. As well as adding a small area of stacked loop trails above. This is the Place Heritage Park. In the plan, you'll find that every proposed trail alignment, both existing trails that would be incorporated into the plan or proposed new trails, have narrative descriptions and other information with the intent. We're also proposing that 3 significant areas in the foothills that currently have few or no recreational trails in them now receive additional environmental studies so that we can better understand potential habitat impacts of adding the proposed trails. We'd like to do that analysis before we start building new trail miles in those areas. And then additionally, there is a decommissioning plan. An important part of environmentally sustainable trail system is that we don't have a horrible spaghetti bowl of trails, including dozens of miles of trails that are far too steep to ultimately be sustainable. And so we have plans to actively decommission and obliterate about 4 miles of the worst trails, take another 20 miles and what we're calling passively decommission them, where we're basically putting up a sign at the location where that trail leaves the system trail and ask users not to take it. And then an additional significant chunk of those trails, which are basically just faint paths, but which we have mapped, and we hope that the majority of them will be abandoned once we provide better, more effective routes to desirable points of interest.
Mr. Coogan, can you tell me, when you decommission those trails, are those trails the ones that are in excess of 10% grade?
Yes. Everything that's identified here to be decommissioned is in excess of 10%, and the majority of them are actually far in excess of 10%. The plan also provides, it identifies over 30 existing access points to the Foothills Trail System and makes recommendations to formalize 5 major trailheads with significant parking, 10 minor trailheads with a little bit of parking, and then the remaining access points would just be access points without dedicated parking. The plan includes design guidelines for trail alignment, trail construction, trail decommissioning, signage, trail system signage, and wayfinding. The plan also includes over 30 suggested loop routes for both hikers and bicyclists that the majority of those target experiences that fall within that length of time that the most users told us they really want to be in the foothills. We also attempted to estimate capital costs for trail construction and as well as maintenance costs for the long-term sustainability of the trail system. Allison talked a bit about that. Our maintenance costs are anticipated to fall into 3 broad categories, one of those being the annual physical maintenance of the trails themselves. Another is noxious weed control along the trail corridors, and the third being trails management with the trail ranger position. In order to, it was not possible to construct the entire or implement the entire trails plan all at once, and so we engaged in a phasing exercise, and we used 3 criteria to put trails in the first, second, or third phase. Those criteria included input from the public on which new trails or which trails they felt like were most important to them in the foothills, information about or land ownership underlying specific trail segments, and the associated processes and complications or lack thereof, and then finally the necessity of doing additional habitat data collection before constructing trails. So that allowed us to bundle trails into phases 1, 2, or 3. We're estimating that phase 1 full implementation of phase 1 would take us somewhere between 0 to 3 years. Phase 2 would happen 4 to 6 years, and phase 3, 7 to 10 years. It may end up being faster than that, but we're looking at this as probably a 10-year plan to fully implement. And Councilwoman Fowler, you were asking about what is included in phase 1. So this is a map of phase 1. Phase 1 is primarily the most popular or desirable new trails that would be located mostly in the central foothills from Dry Creek to City Creek, and would include alternatives to the mainline Bonneville Shoreline Trail. Also includes a loop trail in the open space above Memory Grove and some looping trails in the open space around Popperton Park. Phase 2 would kind of primarily be trails outside of that central area, so a lot of those longer trails in the northern portion of the plan area and in the southern portion of the plan area. Phase 2 has the most significant mileage and also requires, I think, the most permitting and environmental work, as we're working on a lot of Forest Service lands. And then finally, Phase 3 moves back with the majority of those trails falling back in the central foothills plan area, and then a significant number of new trails near the mouth of Emigration Canyon, and a few other pieces that we'd pick up as well. And the last slide I have for you is just a kind of current status update, where we're at. Allison mentioned a few of these things, but we have secured, we think, enough funding for Phase 1 trail construction through CIP and impact fees, as well as 2 state grants. We've also completed a trail construction and maintenance agreement with the University of Utah that'll allow us to complete the trail where it crosses the Heritage Preserve. Our environmental clearances required for one of the state grants are underway, and we are also internally conducting some vegetation impact analysis for all of the trail segments in Phase 1. The trail construction RFP for Phase 1 is currently out to bid, and we expect the bid opening in late January, and we'll know a lot more at that time about if we expect to be able to construct all of the Phase 1 trails with the money that we have available. Internally, trail signage development is also underway, and we are going to attempt to roll that out the same time the trails are constructed. The construction documents and cost estimates for major trailheads that would serve the Foothills Trail System was a CIP application that was funded this past fall, and as Allison mentioned, we're anticipating that those construction documents and cost estimates would be complete by the end of this year. We have a partner nonprofit, Trails Utah, that is currently assisting us with private fundraising efforts to try to gauge the level of interest in the with foundations and potential corporate partners in helping support us with O&M dollars. We anticipate that's going to be one of the more challenging places to get funding support here. We're also working with the Salt Lake Ranger District office to more fully understand exactly what we need to do to initiate their NEPA process and the likely scale and scope of that for Phase 2. So we're trying to lay the groundwork for Phase 2 now. And then finally, we are working on a general fund budget initiative request to increase seasonal trail maintenance staff in anticipation of having significant new trail miles online the end of this year. And we'll refine that again once we figure out exactly how much of the Phase 1 trails we anticipate building in 2020.
Great. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm glad you mentioned maintenance. I remember we had a discussion earlier this year that goats actually help with maintenance, so I'm wondering if you can figure out a way to include that in your budget amendment ask. I'm kidding. We really did have a very long discussion about goats and maintenance to reduce cost, but I was totally joking.
Would be delighted to add that. We have been researching goats, and we do think that goats may have substantial potential to help us control.
They're sustainable.
Control cereal rye and potentially cheatgrass, which are 2 major problems in the
Yeah, I
foothills.
thought this was a joke, and you just made my dreams come true, Louis.
Councilmember, there was also a story you may have heard on NPR this morning talking about using goats for fire control.
Excellent. See?
It's good. It has
And then
sound
if we
effects.
add some llamas in there just for like people that need help on the trails with their packs, like done and done.
Load up a llama.
I really do. The maintenance part of that is important. And I know that you're not quite there because we don't actually know how much is going to be built. But as you know, over the last couple of years, our big discussion is how do we build the beautiful thing and then make sure that it stays beautiful for everybody to enjoy throughout the years, right? So it is really actually an important part of the discussion, but, you know, I really appreciate that you're looking at goats.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I go ahead? So I'm guessing that probably the biggest expense for this is like parking lots at the trailheads. And I'm just a little concerned, and my residents are concerned that if there isn't adequate parking, like to meet future needs, which I know is kind of hard to decide because maybe there will be fewer cars, hopefully. But they're concerned that if the parking lots aren't adequate, that people are just going to park on the shoulder or sort of in areas that is going to increase the risk of there being fire. So are there going to be maybe, I don't know, are there considerations about that?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. Related to fire specifically, there is at least one location along Bonneville Boulevard that we've been aware of where there's concern that in the case of overflow parking at what's called the Salt Dome there, where there's room for about 50 cars to park there.
Right.
Currently available parking in the vicinity of Bonneville Boulevard is limited to maybe 6 cars. So it's a substantial increase once we formalize that. That being said, we totally understand that concern, and our intention is to work with Streets and Transportation to extend concrete curb along the uphill side there and install signage that directs people not to park along that part of the road. I think the combination of those things should prevent people from parking hot cars in the middle of the summer over grass at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, I think that would be great, and I think it would be great to have, because I periodically drive that route just to, like, I'm coming from the avenues and then want to go to Capitol Hill, and I see people parked all the time on the shoulder, and sometimes it's on, really hot days, and you just have like a vehicle that's just on top of really high grass, and so it's up there touching the bottom of the vehicle. And so even if we could put on the signs that the reason for that is fire prevention, I think people might be more likely to notice that rather than just thinking that it's about revenue or parking. I think we really need to emphasize the fire potential fire danger, so because I think that people that do use that generally appreciate that concern. So, and I actually have had multiple residents ask if they could the city would do more goats, because they did do a partial part of the hillside just as you're going down Bonneville.
Yeah.
And when that was happening, everybody around the canyon could see that, and they were like, well, when are the goats coming to my section? So I did get several goat-related inquiries, and I think residents would be interested if that's a possibility.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up on that? Chris brings up a really good point about the parking and the overflow and things like that. And, I think we're all sort of, as you may have heard earlier with James asking about the sustainability during just a disaster, right, an emergency situation, I think sustainability is sort of on all of our minds. Are you working with the University of Utah at least? I would say UTA as well, but at least the University of Utah to create some maybe bus transportation in the areas that they are that are more in their backyard, so that maybe, and the areas that are next to sort of the university's backyard, so that there might be some more public transportation where somebody could park in, the university lot, but then have a shuttle or an ability to get a group of people down, so you're not having multiple cars sort of at different areas. Is that a possibility? Are we looking into that so we can create something a little bit more sustainable?
The university has been very hesitant to commit to permanently dedicated parking areas for trail use. That being said, the the campus is currently served by the Red Tracks line and many different bus routes, and numerous buses travel along Colorado Drive, where there's currently trail access to the living room and the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, and there's maybe 12 different routes that all turn around at the University Hospital, and the Red Tracks line stops there only a couple hundred yards from a proposed entrance to the Foothill Trail system. And so we have been talking with the university about working to highlight these as entrances that are served by public transit, and I think they really like that idea. And my understanding is that they intend to accommodate an improved public entrance to the trail system into the new Huntsman Center that's being developed at the edge of the hospital complex.
I would encourage, as we kind of start when it's time to announce these new trails and what we're doing back there, that these are accessible through a lot of different modes of public transportation. So people down here that want to go up to the university and do some hiking don't take their car up there. And then hopefully we can start a trend in that way with getting more access to trailheads through public transportation as we build these really beautiful and great and spend a lot of money building this whole trail system.
Yeah, agreed.
Two questions. E-bikes, authorized, not authorized?
Currently not authorized. We decided not to deal with e-bikes or off-leash dogs in doing this plan because we felt like both those issues had the potential to derail the plan.
I'm not in favor of e-bikes.
I think that there's we're concerned about e-bikes are tricky because I think from a Trails and Natural Lands perspective, the biggest concern is not so much one of public safety, but is of people having the ability to very quickly penetrate deep into protected watershed areas. And as e-bikes become easier and easier to disguise as regular bikes, the management and enforcement of that becomes very challenging. So we're still scratching our heads over it.
Second thing on the costs. So Allison brought up the big numbers, 2.8 for the full build out, 620 for phase one. But is that the 620 that you're asking the council to budget, or is that the council grants, fundraising, donations? How's that money divided in the pie? And I just would like to see almost, I'm an engineer, spreadsheet. Here's the cost, and here's where we're getting our money from, and put it all together, because I got a lot of numbers here, and I can't wrap my head around them.
The numbers are really just planning level, by which I mean very rough cost estimates. I think it's we kind of went back and forth on even including cost estimates in the plan, but we're trying to provide some idea of what the costs may be. We don't know where that money is going to come from and what that breakdown will look like, but we do know that there's a number of different sources, but from the city to the county to the state to even a few federal sources that we may be able to utilize. And then there's also private dollars as well that we're hoping to be able to tap into through sponsorships and that sort of thing.
And if I could just add from a process question, it would actually be, so at the planning level numbers are just to give the council a sense of the ballpark, what kind of ballpark you're talking about. And then it would be up to the mayor's administration to decide how to kind of fold in, once there are more detailed cost estimates, how to fold that into the mayor's budget recommendation, which then comes to the council for consideration. So it would be a couple more steps before it would get to you guys. And typically, the administration doesn't request funding for projects until they know a little bit more kind of narrowed in on what the actual cost is. And so there might actually be a request for design and engineering separate before there's a request for an actual project budget, because sometimes that engineering design helps you figure out what your actual cost is. So sometimes that's how you see it.
And if I could, it may be useful just to explain that the request today is from the administration is to adopt the master plan or not. So sort of set the broad agreement on what will happen, and then the cost, as Jennifer was mentioning, would come later. On the flip side of that, I just want to say how it warms a budget analyst's heart to hear someone ask for a spreadsheet. So I'll get you your spreadsheets.
Thanks, Louis. I think three questions. One is, when is this going to be on your website? Right now, it's a blank landing page for it.
Thank you for bringing that up. I just realized that this afternoon we moved it to a different landing page, apparently, and I'll make sure that link works ASAP.
Sure. Second question is, are you proposing to look at ZAP funding, county funding for this?
We are. I don't believe that funding cycle is coming back around until 2025. But when it does, I think that the timing will likely work out with Phase 2, and we will look at that.
Okay, so Phase 2 perhaps we're looking at. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Third question is, I haven't read it as deeply as I want to, and I will get to it. But I didn't see in what I browsed coordination with the master transit plan, other parks plans, including the 9-line plan and those kind of things. I bring that up. Is it part of the planning process, and kind of help me understand how they interact?
Yeah, it was part of the planning process, and we coordinated closely with transportation on this, and our consultant was the same consultant that had developed the bike ped master plan for the city and was very familiar with it. I think that, the city's transportation plans, especially its plans for non-motorized recreation, where those trail corridors and transit corridors interact with the edge of the foothills and with our trailheads. It's kind of what we focused on, and that helped us understand where we wanted to have our primary access points located. I don't know that there were any huge surprises. We felt like for those reasons and many others, the mouth of Emigration Canyon and Warm Springs Park / Victory Road, the end of the Red Tracks line, and that location up by the University Hospital were all priority areas to develop as significant access points. But there is a section in the initial portion of the plan document with maps that show the integration, or a map that shows the integration of the transit network with the trail system and trailheads.
I think that was going back to what Councilmember Fowler talked about. As we look at our east, west, north, south transit corridors, and right now, because we're not fully built out, they sort of weave a bit. We go from the University of Utah, for instance, through the city on the number 9 to Glendale to North Temple. It's not direct, right? If we're planning long-term to have them terminate at certain places, it makes sense to me, and this is just me as a social worker on the city council, if a 9-line terminates, say, at Immigration, across the city, emanates there, or if a north-south thing goes, we talked about through the avenues at some point, if it terminates at the top of the avenues at the major trailhead. And we're planning that way, and that's where I was sort of wondering, because I get the track stop at the University Hospital, and Warm Springs are sort of low-lying ones. Are there other access points that could be coordinated with the bus system or something else where we could promote folks using that to get there and back more easily?
Yeah, I think I need to turn to that trailheads portion to give you other specific examples. I know there are additional trailheads that are served by the bus network, and in the detail there's a section on trailheads with detail write-ups on every access point, and buried in those detailed write-ups is information about the bus routes that serve every access point.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't know that we've then taken this to the next step with transportation and said, okay, let's use the Foothill Trails plan to then impact future planning for north-south trail corridors.
I think I'm not sure how far a leap it is from what you've done already and what they're doing. I don't know. There's probably some technical details in there that matter a lot, and some priorities based on what we're prioritizing for bus, sort of our outcomes for buses, that may not align with this sort of concept.
Yeah.
I would say from a personal point of view, that would be a major point for me to make sure that these are integrated as seamlessly as possible, at least conceptually, so that we could in future iterations be able to easily terminate a bus there or a mass transit access point there, or coordinate the 9-line bike ped trail with that as well. So
I think that one site that has a lot of oh, you're awesome. Thank you. Please do. I would just say one site that does have a lot of potential, I think, is Warm Springs Park. It's the closest to the West Side communities, and I know transportation is doing a lot of work on 600 North, and so we are really hoping that as the trail system grows through this implementation of this plan, that we can make that a major access destination, and that there's a lot of connectivity to the west side, to North Salt Lake, to destinations south. I'm going to let Nick take over.
So Nick Norris, Planning Director. I was just going to add that the East Bench master plan does tie all of these things together, including access to the trailheads where there's transit, bringing transit in, and extending some of those trailheads into the neighborhoods, particularly on the East Bench, along various creeks and things like that. So that's one aspect of doing that. And it does address, even though the 9-line trail plan stops at 300 West or 200 West, wherever it is, that plan actually calls for it to be extended in and linked to the nodes, particularly where there's destinations and multiple modes of transportation. In the avenues in Capitol Hill, those plans are two of the older plans in the cities. They haven't been updated in decades, and so there's an opportunity there to help tie those things in together, which is kind of the role of the community master plans to make those more fine-tuned types of connections.
Oh, thanks, Nick. I mean, ultimately, I would hope. I love the fact that our transit network's thinking about how do I get anywhere in the city without a car. The big gap right now is still recreation in the foothills and working in the industrial area, right? So trying to figure out how do we make sure that's not forgotten or left out, those kind of things. So, thanks.
Any other questions, council members? I have a few, and maybe you can help me understand this. Sorry, Allison, I did not get time to get to your email in response to the questions. So if your staff report was amazing, and if there are any policy questions that haven't been answered, can you resubmit those and we can get those to see if they can answer them?
Absolutely. From what I remember off the top of my head, Lewis responded to every one of the policy questions, and I'd be happy to resend that or
No,
talk
I'll
to you
just
about
look
it
at
on
it
another
tonight when I have
occasion.
time. But my follow-up question is, I did, while we were waiting to scan it really quickly, and I noticed that you said in there that Draper, the Canyon Trail System, has one park ranger or whatever they call it. How many miles is their trail system?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Because if ours is 106, it makes me wonder what their trail system is, for comparison and how it works in the mileage in their whole system. So.
Let me find out and get back to you.
Okay. And then my follow-up question is, and I'm sorry, I'm sure you've already answered this in the past. It's been a year, right?
It has been.
Davis County and the rest of Salt Lake County municipal cities like Mill Creek, the extension from that point where we're looking. Have you spoken with them, and what are their plans? Do they have anything that they're looking to augment in addition to where we're going to stop?
Yeah, the very notable one is Davis County. Davis County is actively working on a very significant extension of the Bonneville Shoreline Trail northward from exactly where our plan terminates, northward for many miles. And we have been speaking with them, and as well as with the Forest Services. They go through the NEPA process for that, and so we do expect that their trail system extension and the northern end of our trail system are going to integrate seamlessly. I think I'm not aware of advanced plans to the south in Mill Creek, and we also need to eventually do a plan update on the southernmost portion of the foothills between Emigration Canyon and Parley's Canyon to kind of get to that connection. But we anticipate over the next couple of years the city getting title to at least one significant property above the Parley's Point subdivision, and I think that would be a good trigger to amend the plan with connections further south and potentially up the canyons.
Nice. I guess this comment, I'm going to look to the mayor, is push towards you. In our legislative subcommittee meeting today, we talked about transportation dollars and how we're looking at that Davis County's probably going to get a lot of transportation dollars. Well, now is a good time, if we've already got a good relationship, to get with them and talk about, this is transportation related and other items coming into Salt Lake City that will be affected by future transportation options. So, great.
Great point.
Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you so much. This is great.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it very much.
Well, let me look here what we've got here. It looks like the briefing is set for today. There isn't anything set on public hearing date or hold hearing to accept public comment. So
It's not required that the council hold a public hearing on it. You could set it on your next agenda for action, or you could decide to.
What action are we?
You would adopt it.
approval.
Adopt the master plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll
So that it was officially the guiding document going forward.
Yeah. After tonight, we'll have a new chair, and he's over there already making his agendas clear. Great. That's right. Thank you. And we actually are going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 4:45. So, thank you. We have a quorum, so we're going to get started. I'd like to welcome you back to the meeting. Thanks. Thank you very much. Note of interest for those that are here for item number 7, which is public lands, number 11, which is funding our future transit, and number 12, funding our future street conditions, are going to be bumped this evening. I have taken way too long because it's been a nice meeting, you know. Everyone's cordial, everyone feels good. It's Grand Tuesday, so we're going to go straight into the Department of Public Utilities major projects update, but I am going to hold you to the 30 minutes. We've got to stay on time.
Okay.
All of you.
All right. So.
Okay, so yeah, we'll tell Andrew later.
Well, thank you so much for having us. I'm Laura Briefer, the Director of Public Utilities, and I have Jesse Stewart here, our Deputy Director. And then we have a room full of public utilities employees and consultants who have been working diligently for the last 1 to 2 years on various major planning initiatives and major projects. So as we move along, we have about 5 different planning initiatives to talk through. So we're going to take a very high level of them. We have these initiatives to talk about for a number of reasons, but most of the time with respect to our planning initiatives, they're in response to anticipated major changes in regulatory requirements and frameworks. With respect to some of our water resources, changes in land use and population. Of course, we have changes in environmental conditions and climate that drive much of our planning initiatives, and changes in public values. So again, as I said, we're going to give a high-level overview of each of these 5 initiatives. In many respects, these initiatives are generational, although they get updated every few years, but they are looking out many decades into the future. And they have positive impacts on the quality of life for our residents now and in the future. So the plans also reflect a lot of scientific and industry standard methodology. There's a lot of research and evaluation behind that. A lot of expertise that you could see in this room tonight. But again, we're going to keep it at a pretty high level. We are open to questions as we move along, though. So if you need any clarification or anything like that as we move along, we're happy to do that. So with respect to the contents of the presentation, we'll talk about the Streetlight Master Plan process first. And Jesse Stewart will talk about that. Then we'll move into Water Supply and Demand Master Plan, which I will discuss. And then Marion Rice, our Water Quality and Treatment Administrator, will discuss the upcoming Watershed Management Plan. Jason Brown, our Chief Engineer, will talk about a status report on the new water reclamation facility. And then we'll turn it back to Jesse to give a brief presentation on the Stormwater Master Planning effort. And we may ask consultants and staff to come up if there are specific questions that they can address based on their expertise. So Jesse, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Laura. So as Laura mentioned, I'll go over the street lighting master plan. Right now, we're working off of a 2006 master plan. This Public Utilities took over street lighting in 2013. Since that time, one of our primary initiatives initially was to convert from old technologies to LEDs for energy savings. So we started doing that. We've done most of the arterial streets with those. But as we got into it and we started going into more residential areas, commercial areas, industrial and industrial areas, we realized that based on some public feedback, changing standards and technology, public safety character, we wanted to kind of take a step back and do a very thoughtful approach to this as we go forward. So we brought on a team of GSBS architects along with Clanton & Associates. This is Dane Sanders with Clanton & Associates. They're one of the nationally, internationally recognized experts in street lighting. So we've got them on board to help us navigate this process so that we can have a thoughtful path forward as we continue to look for energy savings, we look for safety. We really kind of boils down to some of the major components we're looking for. We've established some guideposts here of safety, character, responsibility, and equity. And those we didn't come up with on our own in a silo. We used a public process in some of our advisory committees, that I'll talk about here in a second, to come up with those. So equity, we want to look at establishing priorities and options to expand in the future. Safety, we want to look at what's going on around schools or public transit areas, neighborhood byways. We want to be consistent with lighting. We want to have consistent color. We want to have things that everybody can agree on is safe for this street lighting master plan. And again, this is a street lighting plan, not a parks plan or an open space plan. Not that things can't be taken from this and put towards that, but we're focusing on streets and pedestrian safety at this point. Character, we want to make sure that we don't change the character of what we're looking at here in the city. We want to have something that's very thoughtful and that people will be welcoming as we go forward. And then responsibility, we want to be able to control light trespass and light uplight, backlight, whatever it might be, dark skies. We want to have environmental sensitivity for the ecology in the foothills, but also for people living here in the city. So our public engagement process, we convened an advisory committee, and that was with assistance from the council and the council staff, and that consists of members of each one of your council districts. We brought them together to help us guide where we're going with this plan, and we used an opportunity to educate them on lighting, but also to get their feedback on what they feel is important to their communities. We also got a technical committee put together. That was made up of city departments, whether it's public safety or sustainability or streets, so that we kind of understand what the city departments are looking at from a street lighting master plan version. We took both those committees out on city nighttime surveys. We went to 17 locations, which I'll talk about here in a minute, to kind of see what's the flavor of the city. And those locations range from residential areas in Rose Park to the Sugar House Business District. So we tried to get good cross sections across the city of residential, industrial, and commercial, arterial roads, residential roads, whatever it might be, so we're getting a good cross section as we go. We also did visioning statements with the advisory committee and a technical session with the technical committee. We have an online survey that we set up, which may not guide the master plan, but it might help guide the implementation. And that's where people can go in and pick a spot in the city and comment on the type of light they've got. And we're going to be revising that as we go forward also. And then we got stakeholder groups, and that's everybody from environmental groups to the University of Utah, UTA, things like that, so we can make sure that we get commercial interests and other interests feedback as we go forward. Here's the street lighting existing conditions. And again, this is where we went out to these 17 locations and people did kind of a qualitative survey of what did people feel safe in the area? Did they feel the light was adequate? Did they like the color of the light? We took those results, and then also with data that Clanton Associates had done previously, they went out and actually did scientific readings, measurement readings of illuminance and luminance in the area. And we were able to take those and put them back together to see, does people's perception jive with the Illuminating Society of, the Illuminating Engineering Society. I always want to say the Illuminati or something like that because I can never remember what it's called. I even said ISC on here. It's IES. So. Anyway, we took all that data together so we could get back together and get it all together and really see what the existing conditions were like. We also want to be very cognizant of environmental and ecological. So,
Can you just very briefly, I know we're scrunched for time, but sort of what does it mean when it's excellent and what does it mean when it's poor? And then I can figure out the ones in between, but maybe if you tell me those two.
It was based on the results of the surveys, so we asked a whole bunch of questions about how safe people feel, how they like the color of the lights, if it's too glary, if it's too dark or too bright. And from that survey data, we were able to kind of score all of the sites. So that was based on the actual opinions of the people taking the survey. Separate from the measurements, so we could see areas where people thought this was too bright and it's over the criteria, or areas that were actually under criteria that people thought were excellent, that was their favorite sites. So the criteria doesn't always match with people's opinions.
Okay, so you were able to kind of take the perception and the actual data and cross-reference them to say wow, sounds awesome.
So we also brought in an ecological expert in dark skies, and he helped assess things. One of the things he looked at was, what are the dark corridors within the city, whether it's city creeks or streams, whether it's the Jordan River. And what we want to do, or whether it's the foothill boundary. So what we want to do with this master plan is not necessarily tailor it exactly to that, but how do we balance both that urban and the ecological? Because again, even though there's no road right along the Jordan River, if we make it purely ecological, then there might be a safety component there from a human perspective. So it's how do we balance all those things out? But it's things we can take into account as we go forward and say, what are some of the parameters or the color temperatures or the types of lights that we can use in some of these areas as we go forward. So that's with the ecological, that's both, wildlife, but it's also humans. And what are we looking at here? We want to be able to look at light trespass and light pollution. We wanted some design strategies. Is there shielding? What kind of luminaire, what kind of head feature are we going to look at on the lights? What are the dark corridors? What color are we going to be looking at here? Is it a warmer color or a colder color? And then what's the physical geography, and what are we looking at as we're doing lighting? And then again, it comes down to what's the balance of urban and ecological, so that we can kind of maybe give up a little ecological to have more safety, or vice versa as we go forward.
Can I jump in, Mr. Chair? I know that last year we talked about putting on hold replacement of what did we put on hold? Replacing lights with
the 4,000K LED lights.
Okay.
Yes.
And so is that hold still in place?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then I know that some residents were not in my district that were concerned about not that the light was brighter, but that it was brighter, like shining into their home. So we talked about light shields, which I see is on here. So is there, as part of this plan, going to be the opportunity to be maybe more proactive in having those available so that when we roll this out, because I just know that once we reactivate it, I don't know if I can hand out light shields to people, but I feel like that's kind of what they would like me to be able to do, so.
I think that's right, and I think one of the hallmarks of this plan that's a little bit different from the 2006 plan is it doesn't propose to have a one-size-fits-all across the city. It really recognizes that we have different neighborhoods, we have different safety needs, we have different impacts to the community, and there are a lot of different choices, and the technology is evolving as we speak. And this plan also covers some of the different technologies, such as light dimming at night, for instance, more of a smart cities approach to street lighting. So this plan also addresses that too, and you'll see further on in their presentation on the design process, it takes a much more localized, systematic approach to how we make future decisions about what kind of lights we put there, and it also adds in a component of pedestrian lighting that hadn't been in the previous plan as well.
Great, thank you.
That's a really good segue. I'll turn the time over to Dane to talk about the process that we're looking to follow.
So, we want to make sure that we are really staying true to these guideposts. And as I was figuring out the process, I've sort of put equity as the first piece, that as you set your prioritization, how do you prioritize certain areas? And that's got to involve the community, right? First of all, this little tiny map up there that you see is, you can see darker areas and areas where there's less density of streetlights. You might find that in some areas on the west side or the south side of the city, and some up in the avenues. And those neighborhoods may have very different opinions about whether they want more light in their neighborhood. Some do, and we saw some of the advisory group was saying that we really we need some more light because our streets are really wide. There's only a street light at the intersections, and we can't really see anything, and we have some safety concerns. We don't want to just go and add streetlights, though. It's like, what's appropriate for this? And that's where the, once you find out, does the neighborhood want more light, then what's the right strategy? And finding that mixture, that right mix of streetlight versus pedestrian lights. Pedestrian lights being about 12 foot tall rather than 30 feet tall like a streetlight. So the spread of that 12-foot light is a bit more localized. So it's not spilling into people's homes, and it's providing more of a sense of character, more like Rose Park. Rose Park has a whole lot of pedestrian lights. But then finding the right character that's reducing the light trespass and the light pollution, where even, we're not going to necessarily go straight to Rose Park and like say you're polluting because there's light going, everywhere. But how do we start to carefully select those luminaires and light fixtures so that we're being more respectful to the environment and neighbors, and that the criteria will depend on, like, now you've actually selected a project and selected the strategy, then selecting the right light level and the right lighting equipment will depend on the street classification, whether it's arterial, collector, or local, and also your adjacent land use. So you're going to have a different kind of strategy if you're in a retail area than you will, obviously on a local residential road. Having options for shielding, in fact, the shielding should be just part of the light to begin with. And then also having options of dimming, that if there are complaints, because honestly, the LEDs appear brighter at night than the high pressure sodium or older technologies that are more orange in color. The white light our eyes are more sensitive to at night. And our standards from the Illuminating Engineering Society, or the Illuminati, have not really caught up to the real visual response that we have at night. So we're studying that, and we've learned a lot over the last number of years, but actually having that opportunity to dim the light further is really important to tune it in to the neighborhood.
So we want to just open up to questions now. Again, we could go through some of the spreadsheets we've got and the step process we have, but given time and what else is on the agenda, we thought we'd open up to questions.
You don't have to go through the rest of them, but I've seen it, and thank you. I do think that pedestrian lighting is a major priority. I'd say that in my personal thoughts for the next 4 years, I would be probably top 3 to 4 for the west side. So I'm intrigued to hear more details as we get into it about types of lighting for different areas, and then types of pedestrian lighting particularly, spacing, intensity, location, which roads should and shouldn't. I'd be very interested in hearing more about that as we go forward. So
we do have a meeting with our stakeholder and committees tomorrow morning, also because they haven't yet seen all of the typologies, but some of the questions you've raised, we'll be presenting to them to get their feedback on that too. So we'd be happy to share that with you as well.
Is it technical, they're all smart lights individually monitored or street-wide?
They will be capable of that initially, so the capability will be there to retrofit on. So I think the city is looking at controls, but I'm not sure what the timeline is for implementing the control systems to get that individual control.
And that may come out of this also. Again, that's part of the prioritization as we go forward with the budget we're going to have. I mean, right now, this is all just a planning document without hard numbers to it. But as we go forward, if we identify areas that are just deficient in lights, if that becomes a priority, we put those in with smart light capability. And then maybe we go back and start retrofitting other areas. But that'll be part of that process as we methodically will look at areas within the city that need to be addressed, some that may need to be fully addressed as in insufficient lighting, some may have the incorrect lighting, or some that we need to add on. pedestrian lighting or additional street lighting. But that is something that's in the plan. Okay. Sorry, this is the rush version, but we're always here if you have questions.
Yep,
Jess, can I
I'm sure there'll be
trade
questions.
places with you?
But Jesse, I would actually like to meet with you individually to talk about D1 lighting.
To talk about what?
D1 and this.
Okay. And we're happy to meet with anybody
I know
individually
you
as we go
are.
forward.
That's why I'm letting you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put it down. Yep.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I need to control the computer for this. So I'm going to talk about our Salt Lake City Water Supply and Demand Master Plan. This is a plan that updates a couple of other longstanding plans, and it's really very much regulatory driven and also changed conditions driven. So this updates a 2007 major conveyance study. It also updates a 2011 water supply and demand plan. And what we're presenting today is the first of 3 parts of an updated water supply and demand major conveyance and major capital improvement program for the water utility. The water supply and demand master plan guides our decisions and strategies related to water demand, conservation, the management of our water resources, and future infrastructure, as well as accounting for and considering for major risk. The primary drivers for updating the plan in this circumstance is that we have some pretty significant legal and regulatory requirements. So Salt Lake City holds water rights for our service area, and we're supposed to show a 40-year plan to the State Engineer's Office, the State Division of Water Resources, to show that we can maintain those water rights for 40 years. That's how we keep those water rights and are not subject to forfeiture of those rights. In addition, in 2018, the state legislature passed a new law that required every city to individually size their water resources, whereas it was standard amongst the entire state. Now every public water system has to have its own source sizing requirements, which basically says we need X amount of water for every equivalent residential unit. And so in order to do that, we had to sequence a water supply and demand plan first. And then since the last plan was created, we've had some significant land use changes. The Northwest Quadrant and the state prison are quite significant in terms of making sure that we're planning for water supply and demand and the major infrastructure to serve them. Plus, we've had a lot of densification and we have population growth. We also have climate change impacts and other environmental impacts that we're trying to be proactive in planning for. So the major components of this study include population and water supply projections through the year 2060. We have 3 or 4 different water demand planning scenarios with different levels of water conservation compared to the water resources that are available. We've incorporated all of the known factors we have to date on climate change, but our knowledge of that is evolving as well. And then we also have risk and redundancy factors that we've included. We've completed this part 1 of the supply and demand plan in February 2019. We are currently working on the update to the major conveyance study. And then we also will be starting the infrastructure plan once the major conveyance study is completed. And I forgot to introduce Keith Larson. He's our lead engineer on this plan. He's with the consulting firm Bowen Collins. He's also working on our water conservation plan update as well. So we're trying to tie those 2 together. Marion Rice is here as well to add. She's our water quality and treatment administrator.
You have to roll it.
Oh, I have to roll it. Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. So the first element of the supply and demand plan is to understand out to 2060 what our population projections are. And just to refresh your memory, our service area extends beyond Salt Lake City boundaries. We serve about 141 square miles, and it includes portions of Mill Creek, Holiday, Cottonwood Heights, South Salt Lake, and Murray. And so we're planning for this much larger service area. So in order to do that, we used some transportation analysis zones. This is a data set from the Wasatch Front Regional Council that goes out to 2050. And it divides the whole service area into these smaller sections, these smaller portions, which is much easier for us to look at both population projections and employment projections for these smaller areas and then spread them across the entire area. The outcome of that in 2016, by 2060, we're expected to increase our population with both employment and residents by more than 100,000 people. The plan also looked at land use changes and specifically the Northwest Quadrant prison, new state prison, and some densification. A note about the projections in the Northwest Quadrant: the transportation analysis zones in the Northwest Quadrant aren't developed enough, so we had to make some additional assumptions. And the assumption there was that it would be all industrial, which is different than the 2007 plan, when the assumption was that this area would be residential in the future. So I apologize for the busyness of this chart, but this is how we as a utility kind of have to look at a number of different factors all at once. And this chart shows the projected Salt Lake City annual water production requirements versus supply in a dry year. So all of our planning is done on the dry year because we want to make sure we're conservative in our planning. And so the y-axis on there is the amount of water in acre feet, starting from 0 at the bottom, and then kind of 120,000 acre feet is where the supply boxes land. And then we have a number of lines on the plan or on the chart, and I would say that the red line is what we've shown as a planning scenario out to 2060. The different colored areas of the chart are the different water supplies. So the light blue on the bottom are our surface water sources. Those are from City Creek, Parleys, Big Cottonwood, and Little Cottonwood. Those are the surface water sources that are currently in production of our local water sources. The orange area is our base wells and springs. Those are groundwater sources that are used year-round in our system. The dark blue area shows the storage in the Deer Creek system and Central Utah Project water through Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy. The dark green are our peaking wells, so those are the wells that we turn on during the peak season during the summer to meet demand. And then there are a number of future sources shown. So there is a light green bar that's about 3,100 acre feet. That is a petition under the Central Utah Project that we will be looking at acting on likely next year. And that frees up about 3,100 acre feet of water. We've got aquifer storage and recovery in the plans. We've got new wells, and we've got wastewater reuse, and then an additional surface water source, which is Mill Creek. And then the lines on the plan are the different demand planning scenarios. And we have 4 different scenarios. The solid black line would be if we followed the current state conservation goal. And that's the line on the top. The middle dashed line is what we call a scenario 2 demand goal or conservation goal, and that introduces additional water conservation efforts to meet reduced indoor use and reduced outdoor use. And then the dotted line on the bottom is conservation scenario 3, which is a much more stringent water conservation goal that even further reduces indoor water use and outdoor use. And we chose these scenarios in part to be in line with the state is also looking at these different scenarios for their regional water demand goals. We also did the same kind of exercise for our peak days demand. So the last chart I showed you is the annual water quantity and demand. This shows on the peak day, which is usually in July and August, the peak demand, how our water resources stack up to both the current demand trend and the different water conservation goals. And on peak day demand, what we can see is that we have adequate water in both current and future scenarios for supply, but I'll talk a little bit more about risk and redundancy on the next slide. So part of the plan is to look at the different types of water loss situations that we could potentially have. And we like to plan for this because, well, in the past we have had single source losses of water. So that would be like if we lose access to a groundwater supply well for any number of reasons. It could be because the groundwater is contaminated. We have a couple of wells on our system where we have impacts from former dry cleaning operations that have contaminated the groundwater in that area, which then we usually have enough redundancy on the system to make up that supply. We also look at a catastrophic source loss, and what that means is that we could withstand it. We could withstand it as a community, but we would have to put some mandatory restrictions in place. That's different than the earthquake scenario that Pam was talking about earlier. That kind of planning is much more of a emergency response and recovery planning. But a catastrophic source loss would be, for instance, if we had a fire in Big Cottonwood Canyon and there were impacts to the water resources because of that fire or impacts to the infrastructure because of that fire, and we were not able to access that source of water for a while. So for that type of loss, we could calculate how many acre feet we want to make sure we plan for in terms of redundancy to keep the system operational. And same for a peak day loss. If we had, for instance, the Parley's water treatment facility go down, how many million gallons or CFS would that be? That would impact us, or an equivalent quantity. So when we're looking at our future needs for water, we like to build in these redundancy buffers to make sure that we can always meet demand, for our residents. We have a number of hospitals on our system, a lot of critical need on our system for these demands. And then with respect to climate change, our planning scenario includes a loss of 15% of our water supplies due to climate impacts. That could be because the amount of water due to climate change is reduced, or it could mean that the demand increases because we have a warming of our climate and that induces increased evapotranspiration and demand. And so from all of that evaluation and research, we have a few conclusions coming out of this plan. One is that we're going to need to set new conservation targets in order to meet water demand and our redundancy buffers by 2060. So the current state target we don't believe is enough for us. That means we'll need to implement some new additional conservation measures, and that will lead right into our new 2020 water conservation plan that will be to you for adoption in December 2020 that we're working on right now. And so that conservation plan is going to look at these new additional conservation measures that we would want to implement over time. A second conclusion is that all identified water supplies, current and future, will be needed for us to meet demand. That's an important conclusion for us. Certain supplies, we have a timeline for developing certain supplies, so the remaining Central Utah Project water that we have a petition for, and aquifer storage and recovery, we have some guidelines to develop that by 2025. We also have some guidelines about when we should be developing new groundwater resources, and that's estimated to be between 2026 and 2036. The development of resources, though, I should say there's a caveat on that, is that it could be longer depending on conservation measures that we put into place. So that's a conversation that we'll be having with you and the community in terms of our priorities, in terms of new conservation targets and the security of our water supplies. And then finally, we have conclusions with respect to climate change. And based on the research to date, we do expect decreases in supply and increases in water demand. There is a lot of uncertainty about what that looks like, and it's not just as simple as increases or in demand or decreases in supply. There could be a seasonality to them that shifts the way that we deliver our water. So we'll be continuing to monitor and study the impacts of climate change, but that's very much on our mind and something that we're actually working with the University of Utah on a vulnerability analysis, ongoing research with them. So any questions? That's it. Was that?
Thank you. The dry year chart worried me. Essentially, I'm interested in at some point hearing more about the three scenarios, what that looks functionally on the ground for residents of the city. Second thing is I'm tempted to ask you about other municipalities or water districts, but I know you probably shouldn't comment about that. But I'm intrigued because what we hear, at least what I hear, is people complain about our higher water rates, and at least compared to other municipalities. And what I don't understand is if our rates are much higher, what are they working off of in their data? Because this worries me. If we have the supply we have the forecasting we have, and we're taking the implementation measures we have, and this is still the scenario. What worries me is that if we're doing a good job planning, but other folks aren't, are we vulnerable for statewide measures perhaps that could impact our water? I'm not going to ask you that question, but that's sort of on my mind, and I don't know how we coordinate and speak about these things with the Wasatch Front and the state to have some more sort of planning along the lines of this.
Yeah. There is a tremendous amount of coordination throughout the state on this, and every legislative session we've been seeing more and more proposed bills related to water, and that's a result of many of the questions you're asking right now, but we'd be happy to talk with you more about that.
And I'll just mention briefly that the solid black line is the historic goal. The state just released some updated goals, which actually corresponds more to the scenario 2, which will apply not only to Salt Lake City, but to all communities in the state.
Yeah, I mean, it still worries me. I mean, I'm looking at the lines and saying even scenario 2 within, 15 years, we exceed our current supply. We're relying on new wells essentially at that point, and hopefully some other conservation measures, but really we're relying on new water someplace, which is...
It is worrisome. I want to give a little perspective to that. So a lot of this water supply planning, we are building upon planning that started for Salt Lake City in 1847. And a lot of the water supply planning that has occurred by 2028 anticipated that Salt Lake City would have a population of 400,000 people. Now, their numbers and probably land use calculations were different, but at the time, a lot of it was agriculture. We're in a pretty nice position in terms of the diversity of resources we have and the previous planning, but we do need to build on that, and I think we do need to be a lot more proactive on our conservation targets, and that's going to be a big part of the study this coming year.
Yeah, I said that not because I think we're not doing a good job. I said that because if we do a tremendous job, it doesn't mean we don't also get hit because other folks aren't. That's what I'm concerned about, frankly. To our best efforts could yield us being supplying for a lot more people, not within our area.
Is every year a dry year in this chart?
Yes,
So all 40 years are dry years?
that's the conservative
I
planning
just wanna
approach.
make-
So.
And it's saying what would happen in that year if it were dry. In the report, there's a separate chart for average years that you can see where you're at.
Right.
Because there's, well, back to the point about just we don't have any more water. We also can't store a lot of water through the years, right? It's man-made reservoirs.
Right.
Right.
Right. So if we have a bad year, it goes down. It doesn't.
Yeah, this takes into account your storage limitations as well.
Okay.
It's actually at the end of a 5-year drought is essentially what this is.
Thank you.
So again, my name is Marion Rice, Water Quality and Treatment Administrator, and I'm going to talk about briefly our watershed management plan update. So we'll be updating this holistic update of our 1999 watershed management plan, and this plan provides us the strategies and guidelines to protect our culinary watersheds. So again, I'm talking here about our surface waters. And with this plan, it'll help us develop some policies, some programs, best management practices, and implementation to protect our culinary watershed. And I think it's also important to note that this protection of our watershed is the first step for the EPA's multi-barrier approach to protect public health. So the first step is risk prevention. And with that is protecting the watershed, preventing the pollution from actually getting in there, preventing degradation. Second is treatment, and third is monitoring and compliance. So the big driver, obviously one of the drivers of this is regulatory, so compliance with the federal and state Safe Drinking Water Act. In addition, there's been a lot of changes. Laura's talked quite a bit, not quite a bit, but about climate change as being impacting our watershed and our source waters. Also, there's emerging contaminants and pollutants that we have to be aware of. So there you can see some of the elements of our 1999 plan. We'll be updating all those elements of this plan. Again, it'll be a holistic update. In addition, we'll be looking at other impacts, new impacts that have changed, changing conditions. So again, climate change impacts, explosive recreational growth. I think if anybody's been out there, you've noticed there's a lot more people up there enjoying this watershed and a lot of users, which is great, but also it has those impacts to the watershed. Emerging contaminants of concern, we always want to be proactive on that. Again, we stress protecting the watershed, keeping those contaminants out is the best approach. Future drinking water regulations, we know we'll see new regulations come down the line. We're already getting wind of some of those, and that also falls in line again with some of those emerging contaminants we've probably been hearing a lot as well in the news. Invasive species, we are seeing more invasive species, so we want to do more management of those invasive species. And again, climate change obviously perpetuates that, as well as does that recreational growth. And that also ties into wildfire risks. So we have concerns of increased wildfire risks, climate change, invasive species, that growth also perpetuating that wildfire risks, and partner funding challenges. So we have seen some of our partners, such as the Forest Service and others, who do have funding challenges, and it's important for us to kind of step up and address some of those. I think for a great example was the closing of the federal government when that shut down. The Forest Service was not able to maintain their restrooms. And so we basically stepped up to that and immediately started maintaining those restrooms and cleaning those restrooms, which is so important for water quality and public health. So that's one example. I think the scope of work of this, again, it's 190 square miles of watershed that this plan will provide guidance for. I think I need to stress as well, this is our protected watershed and also future water supplies. Laura already talked about the water resources plan, so it'll cover both of those. And part of this will include, again, some of our watershed characteristics and also forest and watershed health. Water quality, again, talking about those emerging contaminants and other water quality elements will be in this plan and updated. Changes in the watershed and also some of the different planning efforts that have occurred since the 99 plan. And also we have, just so you know, done some updates every 5 years on this, but this is a holistic update. So also some of these other planning efforts, for example, Salt Lake County just recently, they're almost completed or finalized their Wasatch Canyon's master plan. Also Salt Lake County's integrated watershed management plan. So efforts such as those will be incorporated in this. So updating that, as well as some of the different ownerships and jurisdictions. Part of this is different from the 99 plan. We will have a white paper or a paper on climate change. So again, looking at some of those vulnerabilities associated with climate change. So that'll be specific to this new update as well. Wildfire risk assessment. So we'll evaluate some of the vulnerabilities and risks to Salt Lake City. So the watersheds are our natural infrastructure, but as well as our built infrastructure. So I think Laura mentioned that as well. If there's a wildfire, what could happen there? So what are some of the maybe management and policy tools we can implement with that? We'll also perform a water quality analysis. So this plan did this as well, but we'll pick up where this left off. So we'll start up in 1998, and then we'll go to present. So we'll do a water quality analysis of the data we've collected, as well as Salt Lake County data and Utah Division of Water Quality data. And that'll be part of this as well. And then recommendations, which is very important. A key element or component of this is obviously public engagement and the multi-agency coordination, so stakeholder engagement as well. We know there's a lot of interest in these watersheds, so I think it's important that we'll start that from the very beginning. So we'll have stakeholders, and we'll identify those stakeholders from the very beginning and include the stakeholders in this watershed management plan process, update process. In addition, we'll have a very robust public engagement process as well. So from the very beginning, we will develop this process, we will facilitate this process to ensure that there is public engagement, people who want to be involved with this, and people can give their input, what their values are into this, and then we can incorporate that into the plan. Another element is we will be refreshing our Keep It Pure campaign. So if you've ever been up again to these watersheds, you'll see these signage. It says Keep It Pure, and we'll be refreshing that. So we'll do a big public campaign effort, including social media, web pages, all of this. So you'll see more of that as well. And I think it's important for people to be aware and to educate that we get 60% of our culinary water from these watersheds. 60%, which is significant. So it's really important to protect these watersheds, protect the water quality, and also we have a long legacy of protecting these watersheds. Laura mentioned, our first water rights, but we have a legacy of doing this, and I think it's important to show that we're continuing this legacy, and this benefits not only public health and the public, but as well as our residents, our ratepayers, users of these watersheds, visitors. We do get, I think, a lot of tourism and visitors to Salt Lake City, so it benefits them as well. Our businesses and industry, the environment, and many of these ecosystem services that these watersheds provide, and also our regional economy.
And don't forget that we have won water tasting contests for the best water.
It was Little Cottonwood Canyon won a taste test recently.
Yes.
Very good tasting water.
And that will go to the national conference as well.
That's right. Yes. So this is a plan that we will be kicking off this year, and it will be about a 12-month process with all of the public engagement, and one that will come to you for adoption as well. So, how are we on time? Okay. Would you like an update for the water reclamation facility?
Yes,
Because you do have your flush drives
I know.
there.
Plus, it is District 1 too, so everyone needs to hear about it.
Or we could skip stormwater.
Thank you. I'm Jason Brown, the Chief Engineer for Public Utilities. First of all, I'd like to recognize the staff that we have here, not only at Public Utilities, but the staff that we're able to get together to provide this service for the department. Dr. Barry, Michelle Barry here is our internal design manager, and Alex Christensen is in charge of our construction portion. And we have AECom, who's the design consultant for us, and Sunt PCL, both internationally recognized firms to help us with this. And we're all doing this for Jamie West here, the plant manager. He's a very important person for our department. First of all, it's just a little brief introduction and background on this treatment plant. The existing facility is about 55 years old. And as we started looking into try to renovate it, we realized that it's just the infrastructure is not there to be able to support the new regulatory requirements that the state has passed. We have to have a functioning plant that meets the new regulatory requirements by 2025, which is actually they've already given us an extension of 5 years to be able to complete this because of the scope of this project that's required. This is the last stop of the reclamation water before it meets the Great Salt Lake. So we need to be great stewards of this, of our infrastructure, and making sure that we manage it correctly.
Now you make it sound like we haven't been managing it.
Well, with the new regulatory requirements, we've got to meet those
But
now.
we have 25 years of perfect compliance.
That's right, and that's
right.
This is, we're going to, a little bit of the schedule here. I mentioned that we have the deadline of 2025. We've been working on this since 2014 to get the pieces in place to be able to get this construction started, which will start in the fall. The first portion of this is we have to do ground remediation out there. The soils out there are so poor that they can't support any new infrastructure that we put out there. So it's going to be kind of a hurry up and wait. We'll pile up dirt 25 feet out there, and we let it sit and settle. We're looking at anywhere from 4 to 5 feet of settlement that'll happen over 6 months, which is significant. But again, it's a resiliency issue that we want to make sure that this will be able to handle anything that comes at it in the future, from earthquakes to flooding to different things that could happen out there. The cost estimate you'll see here is $700 million. That includes the construction costs, the design costs, the program management costs, and the market right now in Salt Lake City, when Sunt PCL came in, they were extremely surprised at how expensive concrete was, how expensive the labor is, and how expensive steel is. A lot of those things are just out of our control that we can't do anything about them. However, we've been able to do some value engineering, and we've able to reduce about $100 million off of this price, and which is, we're not losing any capacity, we're not losing anything for the future, but we're doing a little bit smarter about it and how we implement and phase the pieces of this project as it comes together. It's a 5-year construction project, and we're going to be able to build pieces of it now that help in the future to be able to build additional things if we have to. One of the big components that we have a separate firm for is the public engagement. You can see here the list of engagement activities that we've already completed. One of the funnest ones we've done is the orange snow cone activities in the neighborhoods. It's funny, you'll have a kid come up and go, "Are they free?" And you say, "Yeah, they're free." And then he runs off and comes back with 6 of his friends, and they run off two-fisted with them. But it's good to get them involved and understand this. Yeah. We've engaged several different working groups. One of the Great Salt Lake Working Group, the Sustainability Working Group, and then an Educators and Youth Group. We're getting their input to understand what's important to them, what they want to see out of this facility. And we continue to have those, and we've had great success from them and the input that we've got back from them. And in fact, later this month, we'll have 3 open houses that we can, everybody's invited to, and we can come and give the education there. Some of the things we've learned, obviously the wetlands is one of the biggest things that the community wants to be involved with. They want to have access to we call them finishing wetlands on the north end of our site. Right now they're overgrown with Phragmites, and we had to secure them during the Olympics, and so they're not accessible now. So we're going to make those accessible in the future and clean those up so that there's actually more diversity of the wildlife that can live in that. Right now they just can't because of the Phragmites. There's a huge educational opportunities to talk about everything from the watershed all the way down through this treatment plant and how it goes out to the Great Salt Lake and the nutrients and all the stuff that people don't normally think about when they flush their toilets. But it's a great opportunity. So the layout, the yellow part is the wetlands, the polishing wetlands as we call them. They're non-regulatory, something we created 20 years ago or so to be able to invite the wildlife and to invite the public, but it just hasn't been a great success there because of the security issues that we've had. Right now we're going to actually have a smaller footprint for the treatment process. One of the biggest advantages to doing this new process is that we're eliminating drying beds on the west side of the facility. Literally, we were putting the sludge out there that was drying, and the odors they could potentially come from odors from that area.
And greatly reducing odors.
Yes, and so we won't have any open air like that anymore. We've got to operate this and maintain this and construct this all while keeping the flow going. We can't stop for any minute, moment, or any time frame at all. So we've got a huge challenge ahead of us to be able to keep operating the existing plant, construct the new plant, and then do a switch over and all while maintaining our compliance. There's 3 different processes, well, really just 2, the solids process and the solid and the liquid streams. The majority of the process is the liquid streams. There's a lot more treatment involved with that. The solids we can actually dry and get them to the landfill or possibly as cover that's needed, or other opportunities we're looking at it as land applied fertilizer, different things like that for cattle and things. Along the way, we are still trying to maintain as much of a sustainable effort as we can. We've got some great consultants on board that have helped us to guide us. We think we can get LEED Gold on the administration building fairly easy. And so we're going to definitely do that. For a facility like this, there's not a LEED standards, but there is an Envision standard which helps with the infrastructure. And so we're also working towards gold compliance on that. And then we're looking at every decision we look at, we understand the return on investment. We look at the triple bottom line, the economic, social, and environmental impacts to any decisions we make to make sure that we are not impacting something that shouldn't be. The last slide here is, as you're standing out on 2300 North and looking south, you get a really good view of the mountains. You can see the Capitol building. You can see part of the downtown. You can see the watershed there, or the watershed and the glass, the lake that looks like glass. So we're going to bring those elements into this design and components into the admin building and different elements that are visible for the public. They'll be able to incorporate and see the mountains. They'll be able to see the lake through glass or different things and concrete and different materials like that. We're trying to bring those in so that it all ties in together, because this is, again, the last step of the water as it reaches this cycle and gets into the Great Salt Lake. That was it pretty quick.
And we are happy to come back for the Stormwater Master Plan, because I know we are way over time. Okay.
And out for my fellow council members here, the 3 largest projects in the state are in District 1. You've got this one, the prison, and the airport. So here we go. I wish. Yes, the attitude. Thank you. Yeah, we're good.
There's got something better. We've got something better, too. Oh, yeah? Yeah, we'll bring it next time.
It sounds good. It's the toilet paper.
Yep.
Okay, we are on to, we only have 2 items left. We're going to dump items number 9 and 10 as well. So we're keeping number 13, which is the advice and consent of the potential city attorney. So we're going to go straight into informational Little Cottonwood Canyon Environmental Impact Statement Study. And we have John Thomas, who is from the UDOT, which is Utah Department of Transportation. He's the project manager, and Brianna Binabos from Penna Powers, who's the public relations, correct?
We have a substitute.
Great. I've been practicing that last name pronunciation for no reason.
Binabos.
Well, Vince Izzo, so that's a little simpler.
Thank you, council members. John Thomas, UDOT Project Manager for the Little Cottonwood Environmental Impact Statement. You're being given a handout that has 2 pieces to it. One is a 1-page document that we'll cover here in a discussion, and hopefully, if there are any questions, this other document, we can go into more detail of those questions that you may have. So to begin with, on this 1-pager, at the top of the document, there's 3 blue boxes that just give us kind of an overview of how we got to where we are now. Over the last few years, since 1989, there's been over 16 transportation studies done in the Cottonwood Canyons. That information has been available and reviewed. In 2017, the legislature approved $100 million in Senate Bill 277 for recreation hotspots. And then in the same year, the Utah Transportation Commission allocated $66 million of that 100 to Little Cottonwood Canyon, which initiated the environmental impact statement for that project. The map you see down below those 3 boxes is the study area with the blue crosshatch, which is the extent of State Route 210. It goes from the mouth of Big Cottonwood Canyon south along Wasatch Boulevard and then heads easterly up to the town of Alta. And that's our study area. Some of the challenges that we're seeing there relate to mobility, safety, and reliability. And those 3 key elements are what's part of the purpose for this environmental impact statement. And to address some of those issues that we're looking at of avalanche mitigation, this corridor is one of the nation's highest at-risk corridors for the traveling public in North America. We're looking at some avalanche mitigation techniques. Wasatch Boulevard. It serves several purposes. One, it's in a neighborhood that has transitioned from a semi-rural area to a more urbanized area with a lot of commuters on that road. Also, the recreationists travel that road and cause different issues associated with that. So the neighborhoods are significantly impacted by not being able to get in and out of their neighborhoods and the congestion that is on Wasatch Boulevard. SR 210 changes dramatically from Wasatch Boulevard as you head east up the canyon. It does become a 2-lane road in a mountainous environment. It brings its own set of challenges, as was mentioned, with avalanches, changing conditions, a lot of people wanting to use it. During very specific times, about 30 times a year, it gets really crowded. And, and it's a challenge in those event-type conditions of trying to find appropriate solutions for that. So some of the things we're looking at is around mobility. And this is an important term. It may not strike you, but as an engineer at a DOT, we used to think about our solutions only in terms of moving private vehicles through a corridor, pretty much. That was our role and mission in that. Since then, our director at the DOT has said, no, your mission is to move people. And it changed our term to mobility. So how do we move people through a corridor? And that's where you see those different icons in that mobility graphic that shows a bus, rail, gondola, including private vehicles as part of that mix. And so we'll be developing alternatives over the next few months to address those needs and demands and preparing a range of alternatives that might include a couple of transit elements as well as private vehicles, might include a really strong transit element and the resulting effect of that on private vehicles. Tolling will also be part of this analysis to help change travel behavior so people have the option to make choices or choose to make choices that also have different options to get up there, for example, transit. So we'll be looking at how to approach that and prepare that information for public review this summer. And that'll be a pretty important time frame because that'll give everybody a sense of where's this EIS going. And we'll take public comment over the course of summer. We'll refine we'll refine those alternatives based on public comment and have a draft environmental impact statement about a year from now. So fall, early winter of 2020. So,
But that only includes the area that you're talking about here, Little Cottonwood Canyon and Wasatch Boulevard, right?
That's correct.
So I guess my question is, why wasn't Big Cottonwood Canyon included in this?
okay. So initially, when we looked at traffic volumes and the other issues, avalanche and other issues associated with that, Little Cottonwood has a lot more traffic volume in the winter than Big Cottonwood does. Big Cottonwood has quite a bit of traffic, but Little Cottonwood has 40% more traffic in the winter than it does in the summer, and higher volumes for that compared to Big Cottonwood. We also have the avalanche concern. And on the back of that handout, it shows the risk that is. It's pretty much off the charts if we don't mitigate it. And so it's one of those things that Little Cottonwood had a higher demand or need for analyses. However, we are looking at Big Cottonwood in several ways. One is tolling. Tolling wouldn't be practical probably for one canyon and not another. So we're looking at tolling in that whole area, as well as transit. Particularly the bus transit option. We can't understand how transit works in one canyon without understanding both. And
There's impacts in all of them, right?
Right. And so we're looking at transit in both canyons, tolling in both canyons, and subsequent to that, Senate Bill 277 last year, the legislature approved $13 million to acquire some land near the mouth of Big Cottonwood to assist for a mobility hub. And this is fairly strong statement, I think, by the state by saying mobility is for real. They're saying, look at trying to identify a place where we can find enough property for a mobility hub. And that mobility hub is a transit, well, it'd be parking to get the cars off, not going up the canyon, and then transfer them to transit, maybe have some carpool area, maybe have some space for not only the network of UTA buses to come there and drop people off, but also the Uber, Lyfts of the world that can maybe have an impact on that as well. So the whole goal that we're trying to do is say, there's a demand of people going up and down the canyon. How do we reduce the number of vehicles going up and down the canyon, and how do we make it a little safer for people? And then the reliability piece is, how do we make it so that when we do avalanche control right now, we shut the road down from 2 to 4 hours at a time, and it's kind of variable based on how things play out in that control work. So the reliability piece is not that great right now. We think if we can get a stronger transit presence, the reliability goes up, the safety goes up, the mobility goes up. So working on those issues, and we're working with a variety of agencies, including Salt Lake City Public Utilities on the watershed issues, and there's...
Would you mind telling us a little bit about the watershed issues? You just heard us talk about, in great detail, about our water of, what was it, 190 square acres, I think it was, square miles. So what are we doing when we're looking at this for our watershed protection, not only in Little Cottonwood Canyon, but Big Cottonwood Canyon? Because we've established that there are implications on both once we do one for one and not the other, right?
Right. So in Little Cottonwood, that's where the transportation effort is being analyzed now. So in Little Cottonwood, we're following all of the requirements under NEPA and the federal requirements, state requirements for analysis. As we develop the alternatives, right now, we don't have the alternatives. We're going to put those together, develop those alternatives, screen them, and then say, there's a short list of alternatives that will go into more detail. When we go into more detail, we'll be able to start to add, and working with Salt Lake City Public Utilities and other water providers and the Forest Service, how do we maintain the best water quality we can in there on that alternative? But we need that level of detail of, here we are today, we got 100 ideas from the public. We got to narrow those down to a set of alternatives, screen them. We're going to come down to a smaller subset, and analyze those in more detail, because then we'll have more information to provide that impact and that mitigation to that.
Through the environmental impact study, correct?
Correct.
Looks like Laura Briefer has some, no? Add to it, yeah, go for it.
So as part of this EIS process, we are a cooperating agency in the NEPA process, and we have been providing input to UDOT throughout the process. On the last round of public input, we did ask, as a cooperating agency and as a stakeholder with a special interest in water quality, that the screening criteria be expanded to include some other regulatory requirements that we have to meet. So I think it was first written with the Clean Water Act requirement under Section 404, which is really a wetlands designation. And what we have asked them to consider is that we also look at impacts of different alternatives and our ability to meet Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. That's something we're going to sit down and talk through because I'm not sure how that aligns with the process they have to go through. But John and Vince have been really wonderful to work with on making sure we understand how the process works and what we can contribute to that process to protect our watersheds.
So maybe you can help me a little bit and understand how many years we have invested in protecting our watershed in the canyons.
More than a century.
So this is Salt Lake City, more than a century protecting the watershed for its residents. I would love to see us elevate this with the EIS study to make sure that it is a top priority, to continue that all state agencies, everybody that's involved, sees this as a top priority, because we are already a century invested in protecting our watersheds. So, and it's always under attack. I mean, this would go a long way for, I think, for the city to see this be elevated to the status that it should be. That, yeah, we are concerned and want to make it a priority to make sure that our water is protected.
And UDOT is, our intention is to do the best we possibly can, and having the guidance and direction and partnership with Salt Lake City Public Utilities. I think we can counter this thought. What if we do nothing for the next 20 years? Can we do something better? Maybe we can't, but I think that's what the opportunity we have in this EIS is. Here's some alternatives. We're transportation people, water people. Okay, how do we make this work the best way we can? And it may work and it may not, but that's what we got to find out. And we have the relationships to put that in place.
That's great. As long as you know when Director Briefer comes to you and says, we need to elevate this, it's the council that's kind of pushing her to make sure that that happens.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions for this? Andrew Johnston.
Thank you for coming today. I appreciate it. The information you're presenting, it's a public comment period right now. Is that accurate?
We had the public comment period from November 4th to December 13th.
Yeah.
But you can provide comments on our website, and they're still
Where on the
valid.
website could you do that? I'm on there. I'm trying to figure out where the landing page is, and it doesn't. The first link didn't go anywhere, and the second one I can't find it on the page. Can you give us a sense?
utah.gov/Little Cottonwood EIS.
Yeah, it didn't take me anywhere when I hit that. So I'll try it again. But
Okay. Try. Yeah. If not,
okay.
yeah, should work.
Thanks.
Yes.
One question.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Belton-Morris.
Thank you for being here. The other question is, with all this happening, how will Salt Lake City residents be able to access these improvements? To assure equity, so that we all have access to it. I mean, it's not around the corner, but there are significant improvements potentially happening here. Have you guys thought about that? How we're going to get access?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And so, having equity in the transportation system is very important. And so when we talk about tolling or transit, things like that, we're way up here at the concept level. And as we go down, and we'll start to analyze the environmental justice componentry of that and how to address that. We're not trying to limit access by any means. We're trying to provide more reliable, safe mobility for all people to be able to go in and up and down the canyons.
And so the public potentially have access also to provide those comments?
Very much so.
Okay.
That's a big focus of ours, is to get public input. That's one of the reasons we're here, to try to help engage that. So at the website, we have social medias as well. We have a variety of ways to do that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank We're here more for your questions than what we're to tell you things. Well, you know, it just, we all want to do the right thing.
You.
Thank you, council.
Okay. Takes care of item number 8. We're on to item number 13, unless we need to take a little break.
Yes, I do need a little one, I'm sorry.
Do you? Okay. Are we okay to take a 10-minute break?
You can make it 5.
Okay.
Run.
Great. Run. We'll take a quick little break.
Sounds good.